Recording in progress.
All right, good morning, everyone. Let's call court to order. Today is Tuesday, August 18th, 2026, 9 a.m. Proof of posting, please.
The agenda was posted on Wednesday, August 12th, 2026 at 5:15 p.m.
Thank you. All right, this time, let's stand brief for a moment of silence, and then we'll have a pledge to the flags.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I take the pledge. On Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible.
All right, thank you. Under D, under proclamations and resolutions, we have, excuse me just a minute, public comments. Yep. A little explanation. So we have two hearings today. One is on the Lakeland Hills addition and precinct 2, and the other one, that'll be this morning, and early, just here in a little bit. And the other one's a hearing on the tax rate that will be at 6 o'clock this afternoon in this room. All right, at this time, if there's anyone wants to speak to the court on business matters, please do so at this time.
My name's Bryce Chapman, 371 Taylor Lane, Precinct 3. Once again, I'm here to bring additional light. Here's what the community sees. 5 men elected sitting in a room and trusted to do the right thing for the community. The sheriff was elected as well. You can say you have no power over the topic, and we can all sit here and pretend to placate me by vague attempts at nodding and listening. The truth is, you do have a voice and a say. When an elected official speaks up about a topic and brings attention to it, that means something. I'm asking you to put your big boy voice on and do what's uncomfortable and look at the facts. Look at the evidence. Bottom line is, there's leadership that is actively double-dipped, and the people above them let it happen knowingly and stood by while nothing happened. There's people lining their pockets through off-duty work while getting to put a W down on their payroll after answering an email. Believe me or not, but there are dozens of individuals who can attest to the fact that there have been command staff individuals who have made that exact statement. So let me break this down into terms the court may actually care about. That's money. You are paying these people in the realm of $100,000 a year. They're, quote, salary individuals who have openly admitted to their subordinates that they can work for 15 minutes in a day and put down a W that gives them credit for a day of work. What other business in the world would allow this? Please, tell me if you know. By the way, those are tax dollars. So when your constituents come asking why you want to raise taxes, maybe it's to pay leaders at the sheriff's office to work off-duty jobs 8 hours a day, making $50 to $60 an hour, while the county pays them $100,000 a year to work for 15 minutes for the county that same day. Don't tell me this hasn't happened. I've seen it with my own eyes for the past 6 years. Ever since COVID, it has been a rampant issue inside the sheriff's office. I have months of documentation for a few individuals, and you know what I was told by the new chief? Well, we need to provide the security services for the community, so it's a part of their job. So why are the taxpayers paying them and they're allowed to collect a second income? Then these individuals that lack any reasonable amount of job knowledge come in here justifying raises and don't even know how to respond to your questions. I've sat here listening time and again and would have loved for the 30 seconds to give the actual good answer. The whole justification for my termination was lack of job knowledge, ironically, by the way, even though, as you know from our first meeting, everything I did for the department. I could have told you why the lower officers and deputies, investigators and jailers need raises. Example, 3 times in the last 9 years, my pay increased at the county less than my property taxes went up. Bottom line is there are issues I could come in here for months telling you about what's really going on. Good news is the sheriff's office has given me the ability now that I can do and will do as such. By the way, when you're considering raises, don't assume the little guys can't do math. We all know a percentage raise just furthers the pay gap. Everyone sees that 3% on 100 grand is twice the raise from 50 grand. Your line employees aren't as oblivious as command would make them out to be. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Hi, I'm Brooke Lumpkin. I am a homeowner in the Precinct 2 Lakeland Hills Drive for the road. And I just wanted to say that I do pay taxes, and I would really appreciate for the county to take over the road. There's not enough money within the community to be able to pave and do what needs to be done to make the road accessible. It would not only help everybody within the community, but make it easier for access to get packages and for people to come visit us on that road. That's all I have to say.
All right, thank you. Yeah. So the hearing hadn't started yet. So, anyone else want to speak to the court on business matters that are not Lakeland Hills?
What was that last?
That are not Lakeland Hills.
Oh, sorry.
We're fixing to start those.
You gotta do it again, and you gotta do it just exactly like you did it first.
Yeah, if you miss one word,
Take a deep breath.
okay. All right, anyone else? All right, I'm gonna jump to proclamations right quick. And then we'll do the hearing next. Under D1's proclamation declaring August 31st, 2026 as International Overdose Awareness Day. And is Amy here? Come on up, please.
Come on up.
And anyone else that's...
Where's Amy?
And Dustin, if you would read in the proclamations, and yeah, we even have the judge with us, so.
Yeah,
go on
Judge.
in.
Hiding back there.
All right, this is a proclamation of the McLennan County Commissioners Court declaring August 31st, 2026 as International Overdose Awareness Day. Whereas International Overdose Awareness Day is recognized annually on August 31st to remember those who have lost their lives to overdose, acknowledge the grief of family and friends left behind, and raise awareness about the impact of substance use and overdose in our communities. And whereas drug overdose remains a significant public health crisis in the United States, with the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention reporting more than 54,000 opioid-involved overdose deaths nationwide in 2024. And whereas opioids, including synthetic opioids such as fentanyl, continue to account for the majority of overdose deaths across the nation and the state of Texas. And whereas in McLennan County, overdose deaths continue to impact local families and communities, with recent data reflecting an average of 2 to 3 overdose deaths per month and a drug overdose mortality rate comparable to statewide levels. And whereas overdose affects individuals and families from all walks of life and continues to impact communities across McLennan County, often leaving lasting emotional, social, and economic effects on families and loved ones. And whereas International Overdose Awareness Day serves as an opportunity to reduce stigma surrounding substance use disorders, encourage compassion and understanding, and promote hope through prevention, treatment, recovery, and community support. And whereas McLennan County recognizes the dedication of treatment providers, first responders, peer support specialists, healthcare professionals, recovery organizations, law enforcement, educators, advocates, and community members working tirelessly to prevent overdose deaths and support recovery. And whereas the McLennan County Specialty Courts, community partners, and residents join together to honor the memory of those lost, support individuals and families affected by substance use, and encourage awareness, education, and access to life-saving resources. And whereas the observance of International Overdose Awareness Day reminds us that recovery is possible, help is available, and every life has value and purpose. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the McLennan County Commissioners Court hereby recognizes August 31st, 2026 as International Overdose Awareness Day in McLennan County, Texas, and encourages all residents to participate in activities that promote awareness, remembrance, prevention, recovery, and hope for individuals and families impacted by overdose and substance use disorders. Be it further proclaimed, a copy of this proclamation be made a permanent part of the minutes of the Commissioners Court. Judge?
Thank you. I'd make a motion, we approve that proclamation.
Second?
Have a motion and a second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass. All right, who's gonna do the talking?
These two.
Okay, well, would you mind taking, have a Kodak moment here?
Oh, France. Who remembers what a Kodak moment is?
Tell things. Thank you, who would like to speak for?
So, as you know, our specialty courts deal with this issue every day, and our treatment providers also do that. We're so thankful for those treatment providers, and everybody who works in the specialty courts. Linda Honey, who has been really instrumental in working on this issue. We want to make everybody aware that we're going to have a candlelight vigil, I think, on the 31st.
The 31st.
In the courthouse,
Okay.
on the courthouse lawn. We welcome everybody to attend.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Well, I want to applaud each and every one of y'all for the work that you do. This is a big issue that's growing. It's not going to get any less unless we might be able to slow it down and with y'all's effort, but we think that's possible.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you.
Thanks so much.
Let's give them a hand.
Thank you all.
Y'all can stay till 6 with us. Again, I had to join the club
I noticed. I can't tell you
the last 2 months.
how much smarter you look now.
You look. What'd you say?
I said, how much smarter he looks now is amazing.
I thought so exactly.
Y'all, thank you. Makes me feel good.
Will didn't bring it, oh, he's got a pair.
I got one.
Okay, moving right along. I'd like to go to N3 regarding the Lakeland Hills Drive and Lakeland Hills Circle in Precinct 2. And I'd like to ask our attorney, Mike Dixon, to make a statement on this.
Yes, Judge, the Lakeland Hills subdivision, we received a petition, unanimous petition by the landowners to accept Lakeland Hills Drive and Lakeland Hills Circle into the county road system. We are following Chapter 253 of the Local Government Code and having a public hearing. Although such might not be necessary, county can take roads under the common law if improvements are paid for. Chapter 253 mainly sets up a system of assessments to pay for the landowners to pay for the improvements over time. In this situation, the improvements are being paid for up front. But for belt and suspenders, we need to follow as much of Chapter 253 as possible, including this public hearing. So, Judge, I'd ask you to please open the public hearing.
All right, thank you. It is 9:14. Let's open the public hearing. All right, this time, any of those that want to speak to this, please come up and state your name and your address, so we'll know it doesn't matter if you're Lakeland Hills or not, but we just need to know that. And then once completed, we'll close the hearing, and then the court will make a decision. So.
Judge, there is a sign-in sheet.
There's a sign-in sheet there. If you haven't already done it, sign in.
This gentleman was a Waco's finest at one time.
I'm very much aware of that. I answered to him for 30 days.
Did you really? Dang. Didn't take long more of me.
It seemed like 6 months to him, but to me, it was just 30 days.
All right, morning.
Morning. My name is David Starr. I live at 482 Lakeland Hills Road. There's a MART address. My wife and I built a house out there in 1999, moved in that same year. At that time, we were under the developers maintaining everything. He went belly up, and all the maintenance stopped. We worked with the neighborhood, got the gates back up because they were torn down. Got the gates back up, had new motors put in, had them running. For about 10 years, I maintained the road myself. We'd go to Home Depot, I'd buy all the road patch and patch the holes best I could. And sometimes we'd get other neighbors to come out there and help. When it got too much for me to keep up with, we had a company out of Waco that we would pay out of our dues and come out and maintain the road. Well, I got tired of messing with it. The younger folks in the neighborhood took it over. It's just constantly going down, more than our association could keep up with. We increased our dues twice, still can't keep up with it. We all pay a pretty good amount of taxes out there, and I would like everyone else, would like to get something back out of my taxes, like if the road done. If we would really appreciate it if y'all would take it over and maintain it. I know some folks worried about it affecting their property value. My thought with that is only gonna make it go up. United Parcel Service says we have the worst road in the county. And of course, they still drive 70 miles an hour down it, but, and when they bring all of our packages in, they're covering the dust that's being stirred up from the road, so, but yeah, we would really appreciate it. We tried before, under the previous commissioner, wouldn't touch it. He didn't want no part of it, didn't want to help at all. DL has really been pro supporter for us. He's knocking it out of the park out there. I mean, and I agree with him. He says he doesn't want to have any more gravel roads in precinct 2. That would be great, 'cause there's some terrible ones out there. And I lived out there all this since '99. And all those years, the only road I saw ever fixed was Battle Lake Road, and it fell to pieces within a year. And so I know that's on the agenda too, I think, but.
Yes.
But anyway, so that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is that a paid ad for you? We can run the recording back.
Good morning. My name is Brooke Lumpkin, and my address is 325 Lakeland Hills Road, Mart, Texas. And I'm one of the first houses of when you come into the housing development. I'm also one of the newest owners of one of the homes in the neighborhood. My husband and I specifically looked around all of Texas for houses, and one of the biggest things that we looked at was the roads getting in and out of the properties, as well as how accessible they were. When we first bought in Lakeland Hills, the road was pretty well maintained, but with what the HOA could do. But with the recent rains, it's definitely destroyed a lot of the filling that they've put in. D.L. Wilson has been very kind, come out and spoken to us. As somebody that does not know anything about roads, but I do know, working for the state government, that sometimes you gotta fix the whole wagon wheel, and you gotta start from the bottom and you gotta go up. And so he had talked about fixing the culverts first, then fixing the roads. And so I really appreciate that. I think that fixing the underlying layers would be a great thing, and it would add to the property values. We do pay a lot of taxes out there. I own 16 acres, and so being able to have family come over more often and not worry about losing a tire. Or we recently just got married as well, and we were planning on having the wedding on our property, but because of the road and how many potholes there are, it definitely made us think about having a wedding elsewhere in town. As for that, same thing with packages. Mail has just sometimes decided not to come out our way and deliver our packages just due to the condition of the road. And it's really hard to ride bikes or walk my dog on the roads. I would love to be able to run my dog with a bike on the back mile and a half of our community. Other than that, that's all I gotta say.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You must have had a twin here a while ago, because that's not what she said. You upgraded.
All right, and we want to try to keep our comments to 3 minutes if we could.
My name is Jesse Shockley. I live at 333 Lakeland Hills Drive. I probably have the shortest amount of bumpy road to go on as anybody does, but it has recently, as last month, costed me 3 new tires and 4 new wheels and 4 new shock absorbers for my car. And I don't drive real fast. And the road is so bad that the residents would prefer to drive in my yard as opposed to drive on the road. That's pretty much my outlook on the whole thing. We're among the youngest group out there so far as ownership, time of ownership. We live right across the road from her and next door to the other gentleman. And we're the very first ones on the road. We would very much appreciate any help that we can get to make it a lot more comfortable to live out there. Appreciate your help. Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir. All right, anyone else? Anyone disagree with any of it? I doubt it.
Mr. Starr, do you have any problems with school buses? Have you heard? Yeah, I mean, I've heard some of the kids tell me that the school bus driver gets off in the ditch and feels like the bus is going to turn over. So,
Down the road, you can see where people driving in the ditches.
We'll have culverts right there too. I just see somebody just.
yeah.
Yeah, when you're driving in my yard, you're kind of disangled.
Yeah, I've drove in your yard before. I understand.
All right, anyone else? All right, thank you. It is 9:23, we close the hearing. All right, under N3B is discussion, consideration, or action on a petition for the inclusion of Lakeland Hills Drive and Lakeland Hills Circle in the county road system for maintenance in Precinct 2. Mr. Wilson?
Yeah, the order that you want, you just want to visit with it, or you want Dustin to read the order? I mean,
Dustin, would you like to read the order?
Yes, sir. Give me 1 second. Okay, this is an order adopting roads of the Lakeland Hills subdivision into the county road system, subject to upfront payment of cost and completion of improvements. Whereas the interior subdivision roads of Lakeland Hills subdivision have not been accepted into the McLennan County road system, and whereas the roads require repairs and improvements necessary for the public health, safety, and welfare of the residents of the county. And whereas Texas Transportation Code Chapter 253 states that if the Commissioners Court of a county determines that the improvement of a road in a subdivision or of an access road to a subdivision is necessary for the public health, safety, or welfare of the residents of the county, the Commissioners Court may improve the road to comply with county standards for roads at the cost of the owners of the land in the subdivision. Whereas the residents of Lakeland Hills subdivision have unanimously requested that the county proceed with the roadway improvements under the provisions of Texas Transportation Code Chapter 253, with all costs to be paid upfront by the homeowners association. Now therefore be it ordered by the Commissioners Court of McLennan County Texas, that the matters and facts recited above are hereby found and determined to be true and correct, and that for the sake of the subdivision's residents' health, safety, and welfare, and at the request of the residents of Lakeland Hills subdivision, the Commissioners Court agrees to initiate the process of subdivision road improvement under Texas Transportation Code, Chapter 253, subject to the upfront payment of the costs, and that once the improvements are completed, the roads are accepted into the county road system.
Thank you. I know this is very unordinary in the county. I think, the way I look back, I haven't seen it happen but once in the last 15 years, twice in the last 15 years or so. So I know it's unusual and some of the court, might be opposed to it, but, we're taking the gate down. We do pay a lot of taxes out there in this area. And it's mainly, I'm a safety guy, so the roads are very, very non-travelable right now, as I could say, for a firefighter, ambulance, school bus, of course, the packages of the mail, and not counting the motor and public that drives through there. It is a closed loop. It's about 1.2 miles of roadway we're going to repair, bring it up to the county standards, and unanimous for the homeowners to, if you can get a group of 32 folks, homeowners, to agree to one thing, that's pretty good.
Yep.
So all of them are on board. And like I said, I've looked at the taxes. They do pay a lot of taxes out there, and there's a lot of nice homes and nice land in the subdivision.
Commissioner, if this is approved, when would you start on that, considering budget and everything?
Within a month. We would start road milling the road up, and which is going to be a considerable smooth road to them. It might be a little dust. We'll do a little dust control on it. We might not get it paved or chip sealed this year, but we'll get the culverts done and get those taken care of properly with the engineer's consent. So it's just an unsafe roadway right now for the people that live in that community right there.
You have the funds to get the part that you do
Yes, sir.
in this budget year?
Yes, sir. We are under budget right now, and we're doing really good this year, even after the miles and miles we've repaired. So we're doing a fantastic job right now with the county's budget.
And the ones that you have repaired are beautiful.
Thank you.
They're very nice to drive on.
Yes.
Other questions or comments from the court?
Judge?
Yes, sir.
I won't qualify what I'm going to say, first of all, by I'm likely going to support this, okay? I've got reservations, but I'm likely going to support it. I don't see anywhere, and Mike may have the answer to this, I don't see anywhere in the order, because with the declaration that was filed with the county clerk's office when this HOA was created, homeowners own to the center of the road. Where in the order does it give us the right to go on to their property, which the ditches evidently belong to them, and the culverts? I don't see that in this order giving us the rights to do any ditch work, or once it's done, are we going to maintain it, shred it, so forth? It talks about the roadway, it doesn't talk about ditches or culverts. So are we exceeding the authority given to us from this order?
Well, I think the roadway, in the terminology that I understand, roadway is fence to fence. That's the way the rest,
There's
that's the
no
way the
public
road.
easement, there's no easement and no right-of-way according to the declaration.
That's the question I
They
had
own to
too,
the
is,
middle.
are we gonna take an easement? Is there gonna be, has that been, determined, whether it's, implied or, an actual, meets and bounds type?
Have to be
type of-
surveyed and.
Still got Mike on there.
Yeah.
I mean, he ought to be able.
Yeah, it could be an implied easement by their petition and asking us to come in and do the work. But we could also do an express easement for each to sign. That would just be unwieldy. I think that once you start maintaining the road, it essentially becomes prescriptive, and I don't know that there's a need for it, but we could do that.
Well, that's ever what, Mike, you're the legal eagle. It's ever what you determine moving forward, because we're talking about perpetuity. What needs to happen to make sure that we always have access to maintaining that easement or that right of way in there. We want it done right, for the future too.
Well, my
Well,
deed,
they've asked us to add it to the county road system. By doing that, they've essentially said, you have the right to maintain this road.
Does that also give us the right to set speed limits on it?
Sure,
Okay,
I think so.
okay, because the HOA says the association has that right.
Well, they've given up that right by,
That's what I would have thought.
Yeah.
What happens to the homeowners association? Is it going to still exist?
just for, they have some lights, like on their property lines that they maintain, right? Right. They used it for the gate and for the roadway, but all that's gonna, I don't think that's an issue. Mike, is it, that they continue to pay for their light and?
no.
And they're gonna
But,
lower, they're gonna
but the
lower.
gates will have to
Yeah,
come down.
no, they've been down for a while, and we'll get that front area, they'll take care of that too, and we'll get that cleaned up. But, talking about, I've looked at my deed, I pay to the center of the county road, county taxes, and there's nowhere that I have an easement for the county to maintain my road either, on my deed, so.
Well, it's just all whether or not it's prescriptive or implied or there's lots of roads where we don't have a.
Most county roads are center line.
Sure.
We don't have a easement that's, in the book somewhere. It's.
Right, most of them are prescriptive, like you say. And here, we've had a request, unanimous request, to take it into the county road system. I'd say that once we start doing the work and maintaining it, that it's essentially established as a prescriptive easement.
Okay.
Hey, Mike, question for you, sir. Help me remember, but I think this is the same chapter that we used to take care of the hills over Bosque off Old Arena Road, and also Highland, I think it was Highland Park, out on the Bosque County line. Do you recall when we had to go in? I think.
Yeah, it would be the same chapter. It would, and we used assessments there because they didn't have the money up front to pay it.
Right.
So.
But we're operating under the same
it
chapter.
And it worked out well.
Right. Okay.
How many miles and how much money?
1.2 miles, it's gonna be we're getting, our culverts are gonna be in-kind donations. So I think we decided around 66,000. That's equivalent to what we do it today and what Precinct 3 does per foot.
Yeah, sure. One other comment, and I brought this up one time before, the precedent that we set, that we have to be careful. I know that there's 400 private roads in McLennan County, about 120-something center line miles. 7 previous roads have asked the same question and been turned down in the past. 1 in 2, 1 in 3, and 5 in 4. And one of them recently, I think, was called to ask, was turned down. So we need to realize that what we do here today could affect us moving forward with some similar.
What are these people being told when they call? Are they even?
Get your road up to minimum standards, and then we'll accept it.
And it's still the same thing.
Yeah, I'm
We're
just
still
telling
doing
you.
the same process.
I'm just telling you that it could
And I
happen.
hate to say it, but I have set the precedence, and I've done it twice.
And
I don't hate to say it, I'm glad to say that, because there were some really bad bad roads that had to be taken care of. And I think that's one thing that maybe sets itself apart from some of these people come in, the road's not that bad, they just want somebody to maintain it. The two
Well,
times that
I've
we've
looked-
done it for safety issues is what it's really come down to.
And I've looked at some of those roads too. They might have two families on that mile road.
Yeah.
This one has 32, so,
Yeah.
or 32,
Yeah,
so.
they're-
Every one of them.
Is it developed out now?
Is it
All of it
not
developed
all the
out, or there's still
lots.
lots for sale?
Still lots for sale.
There's still a few lots for sale? Okay.
I mean, there could be. They're not all have homes on them.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, the lots don't have homes, they just, but they're going to be built. I know there's people that own them planning to build them.
Probably waiting for the road to get fixed before they build.
They can pay in, they'll pay in.
They're not missing out then, right?
Okay, if there's no other questions or comments, you have anything else? Let me.
Go ahead, sir.
All right, next, looking for the action, approval or denial of petition for the acceptance of the roads with the Lakeland Hill subdivision in precinct 2 into the county road system for maintenance subject to the upfront payment of the cost of the initial road improvements. So I'll call for a question.
Has there been a motion?
No, so it'd be hard to do the question.
I will make a motion that we adopt the order to take in the roads on Lakeland Hill subdivision into the county road systems.
Second.
Call for a question.
Okay. Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Commissioner Wilson,
Yes.
Judge Felton,
Yes,
Commissioner Jones.
Yes.
Commissioner Perry.
Yes.
thank you. All right, pass. Thank y'all very much.
Thank you.
Let's take a 5-minute recess.
Do you have their hard hats and their pickaxes?
Recording in progress.
All right, let's call court back in session. I'd like to go to N9. N9 is, this is authorization of settlement for road damage with Steel and Pipe Supply Company. This is, has to do with damages on Chapel Road related to a diesel spill. And it looks like the settlement offers $80,000. And so, Mike, do you have comments on this? Maybe Amy. All right.
Leaving it to Amy.
Amy, is there, if you come up, please.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
if Mike was on, he would say that he's been negotiating pretty heavily with our insurance company, and at this point in time, he believes that this is a reasonable settlement, that if we were to try to get more, it would cost us more money in defending it and taking it to a suit. So he's recommending that we accept this settlement.
And have you estimated the cost of repair?
Yeah, it's right around $90,000 is what we were billed by the construction company. And then we have supervision costs from Walker Partners, but they have not given us their bill yet. So we won't recoup all of the costs, but we will recoup the lion's share.
It's already repaired?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. All right, any comments from the court?
I make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Dustin, anything else before we go to the back to the consent agenda?
Yes, sir. We've got Jared online. If we could go to item N2 regarding the November 3rd, 2026 joint general election.
All right, morning, Jared.
Good morning. How are y'all?
Fine.
Good. This is just to approve the poll workers for the November election and, for the next year. We do this every year, once a year. These individuals are the poll workers that both parties have appointed to be the poll judges and, clerks for the other jobs that we have. And so I just need you guys to approve it, if you will, please.
All right. Any questions for Jared?
Motion to approve N2.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, Judge, we're good. Going to the consent agenda.
All right, I do not have any pulls previously mentioned. Does anyone else recommend any pulls for separate discussion?
No pools, Judge. Do we have to do any additional authorization to continue the burn ban, or does it just stay in effect?
It stays until we pull it.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you, sir.
All right. Does anybody else have any questions on the consent agenda? If not, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Ready to just move on in the agenda?
Yes, sir.
All right, we can go to item F, bids, RFPs, RFQs. F1 is authorization of bid RFP renewals. F1A is regarding RFP 24-017, McLennan County Transportation of Deceased with Central Texas Mortuary. Ken?
Yes, as you well know, we have, our current agreement is with Central Texas our current agreement is Central Texas Mortuary. I contacted them, and they wish to continue their agreement with us with no change to cost, but they did request one change in our contractual obligation. We have it written in the contract currently that they have to respond within 12 hours, but they requested if they could make it 24 hours. I contacted all the JPs. We kind of went through the pros and cons, and what we agreed upon is we would increase the respond time to 24 hours. But if it takes more than 18 hours, they're going to have to contact the JPs and let them know why. So that's the only change, and if the court agrees, our current agreement with Central Texas Mortuary would be from October 1, 2026 through September 30th, 2027.
Any questions?
So I'm not really 100% sure how this all works, but a body could stay in place for a day or 24 hours?
That would still be in,
At a funeral home.
well, or in the
Mortuary.
cooler
Yeah.
at the mortuary. And Diane contacted American Forensics, and they said that that time frame would not hurt in doing an autopsy. I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but that was part of the consideration in allowing the increase in time.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Not, what's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass.
Right, under item G, contracts and interlocal agreements. G1 is authorization of interlocal cooperation agreement with the city of Waco for fire protection services. This was deferred last court setting, but if the court will remember back to 2021, there was an area along Bagby Road that Robinson Fire Department had previously covered. They stopped covering that area, and at that time, we entered into an interlocal agreement with the city of Waco, where Waco would cover that at a flat rate of $500 per incident, not to exceed $35,000 in a fiscal year. We've had another area. This one is in Woodway, in the area outside the city limits. Woodway has stopped covering that area, and so Waco is willing to cover that area as well. So what's before you today is adding on to that original interlocal agreement to add in this area in Woodway. City did request that we tweak the reimbursement, so it's a $500 per incident for incidents up to 2 hours. Those that exceed 2 hours, we will reimburse them additional $500 per hour. That is then capped at a $2,500 per single incident. Did look at the numbers with Francis. I think we've averaged about $9,000 to $10,000 a year going back to 2022 over this. So the money in the budget should be adequate. So it's our recommendation to approve this interlocal agreement.
All right, any questions?
No question, comment. When this first came up regarding Bagby, what occurred, it wasn't a case of answering fire calls. It was a case of medical assistance calls. There's a new nursing home that was built down on that end of Bagby, and almost all of the calls were emergency calls, medical calls, and they simply could not respond in the time frame needed. And so that's the reason Waco first came on with that. It may be a similar situation here. I don't know, but I know that was it.
Yes, I remember that. Yeah. Justin, any other comments on that?
No, sir.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. Thank you.
G2 is authorization of advanced funding agreement and related resolution for bridge replacement or rehabilitation off the state system with the state of Texas, acting by and through the Texas Department of Transportation for Chisholm Trail at Middle Bosque River. Amy?
Good morning again. TxDOT has included this project on their local bridge program. So they have asked us to agree to the AFA. They'll actually send us the filled-in appropriate AFA after we say that we are agreeing to do this with them. There was a draft one, I think, that was included in your packet so that you could review it. The match is $212,621, but we are covering that match with in-kind services for our replacement for Thompson Road Bridge. So there will be no out-of-pocket expenses for us to get this replaced. We are responsible for doing any right-of-way or easements or managing any utility relocates that may come up. But if there is any cost to any of those, it's probably going to be de minimis.
Okay. Questions?
And I think I asked you this, Amy, but I mean, I understand the right-of-way, but it surprises me the utility relocation. I would have thought that'd been borne by the utility companies. Why does the county have to do it?
Usually they do manage that cost. It's just that we have to do the coordination for TxDOT.
Oh, okay.
They don't deal with
They don't
local
deal
property
directly with
owners
them.
if it's off their system, or utility owners if it's off their system.
That makes sense. Oh, thank you. Motion to approve, Judge.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Thank you.
Thank you.
G3 is authorization of memorandum of understanding with Primo Properties, doing business as New Chapter Community for sober living support and housing for specialty courts. I don't know if Amy Lowry's still in court, but if not, so this is an MOU with this group for stable transitional sober living support and housing for specialty court offenders. These costs are paid for by the county, and then they are reimbursed through grant funds received from the Texas Bar Foundation. So it is recommended for approval.
All right, any questions? I'd make a motion, we approve.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Judge, I know Judge Hensley's in the courtroom. Did we want to move to her budget request?
Yeah, let's do that before we get into budget workshop. So, Judge Hensley, if you don't mind, come forward.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Appreciate the opportunity to talk to you again.
Yes, ma'am.
What I would really like to do is to get our death investigator on a salary. And I took the numbers that Anna had given me and also looked legally, because he's on call, I think it's 4,368 hours a year, which is roughly twice the standard thing. You have to be paying him a minimum of $7.50 an hour for those on-call hours, I think, in order to make sure there's no legal issue. And so that would give you, at $7.50 an hour on 4,300 hours, $32,760 plus 20% benefit cost, which comes in at $39,312. And I would feel better if he knew he was going to get a paycheck, because we vary. And like this current time, I think he's at the Sunday night when I went off, he was at 16 hours for last week. That's probably fairly usual, although I had 2 or 3 weeks this summer that were unusually slow. So it's very hard for somebody to give you all those hours of being available and not any guarantee coming in. So I'm a little concerned, particularly, I'm thrilled that he's lined up to go to get certified as a death investigator, but I'm also a little bit leery if we get him too talented and then he doesn't get at least a subsistence $7.50 an hour wage, that he may not stay long.
One thing we don't want is people that are too talented.
What? What is that? We don't want too talented people.
People that are too talented.
Yeah. If we want him to be talented, we just want him to stay.
And Judge, you were saying you were disappointed that it was kind of slow this summer, no one was dying? Is that what you were saying?
Not on my days. Actually, I had a week with no deaths at all, and I think Bull had double his normal. So everyone waited till the next
moved
week.
over.
But it was a full moon, and that is true. On a full moon, it goes haywire.
Yeah.
When I had no deaths that week, I had 9 emergency detention orders. So you can't tell. Yeah, it's on there. So that's what I'm proposing there, is just to make it a salary at a minimal level so he can bank on having something.
Any thoughts on that, Court? I know we initially said that we'll do this and we're kind of data driven on a lot of things we do, and we kind of see how this rolls out. He knew the situation when he signed up, that it would affect his insurance, but.
I was kind of disappointed that I thought he already had that certificate that he was death investigator.
He's had quite a bit of training because he was a deputy for 33 years, a sheriff's deputy. But this certification is a different level thing that I wish I'd had that certification class.
Yeah, that's probably needed.
Looking at it.
Which kind of a wash, it kind of makes sense to me, to be honest with you, but was whatever, I guess that'd come up during the budget time when we start talking about budget.
Yeah, I knew she was here and might as well let her.
And I think if you
figure
do
things.
that, it eliminates any possibility that, because this, whether you're on call waiting to be used or waiting to be called
Yeah.
are two different legal statuses.
Right.
But there is a court case, the Bright case, that established that as long as you're making at least $7.50 an hour for every hour that you're committing to jump and run, there's no legal issue. So I think it kind of eliminates that possible downside should all the deaths come on Bull's time. But
Has this gentleman helped anybody else besides your court?
he's helped Judge Miramontes and Judge Richardson. And I would kind of anticipate that coming up more, because he's willing to jump and run anytime. He is technically on call from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., but he's made it clear to the other judges, if you've got a court case, you've got something, if I'm not committed to do something else, I'm willing to jump and run. And Judge Richardson's truancy dockets often run a solid 8 hours, and so he's used him a time or two rather than stop court for 2 hours and restart, and I think that makes perfect sense. So he's used him for that, and then Judge Miramontes, he went out one night. I was the person they called because they couldn't reach her, and so I called him and asked him, do you want to jump and run instead? And he said, yeah. So I guess he was technically covering me, but I was covering her, so.
That's going to change. right?
Pardon me?
That's changing now.
Yeah.
So.
Okay,
What is
well,
the proposed, what are we proposing to pay this full-time?
It would be 39,312, I think is what you.
Is that what the amount was?
Judge said, and what you said, Judge, with the 20%.
Yeah,
With
that would be more Francis. I just used a 20% because I've
That's standard.
heard that that's kind of standard, but the hourly would be 32,760 plus whatever the benefits work out to be.
okay. All right, well, we appreciate your input.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, Dustin?
Back, we can go to item G4, authorization of services agreement order form with EverFi LLC for subscription for online training. Anna?
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm requesting renewal of our EverFi training to continue to be able to offer online training for the workforce and incoming new hires. This agreement gives us access and licenses for the training platform that provides training of preventing injury and illness at work, harassment and discrimination prevention, HIPAA training, and hazard communication of bloodborne pathogens training. Those are primary core trainings, but it also has other safety trainings that we use post-accident, such as driving reminders, defensive driving. And there was an increase for this agreement from what we had been paying. There's a net increase of $803.92 for the first year, or an increase of 5.7%, and we did get estimates from other training platforms, and we saw that there was going to be an increase, but this is still a reasonable amount compared to the other training platforms that we researched. So we do recommend this for approval.
All right, any questions?
Do we receive any discounts from TAC for having this available to our employees?
A specific TAC discount I can't identify, but it is a recommendation from TAC to have safety
Like,
training.
Like
We highly
state mandate.
recommend it. We're not going to give you a discount, but we highly recommend you do it, yeah.
Well, when you're sued, you can go back and say that.
That's right.
Yeah.
That they were trained.
Yeah, oh, yeah, no, definitely, it's a risk management path, for sure. Okay,
I was just going to say, Judge, the actual increase between like year 1, 2, 3 is only about, it's less than 3%.
yeah.
Yes, sir.
That's a good.
Yeah, the big jump is this first year.
Well, but it's not really, when you add that 2,000 in, it's not a lot of difference. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the nearest competitor was 24,000.
Yes, sir.
And then, like I said, it's consistency because we've used these people in the past and we're used to them now, so.
Yeah.
Yes, and their platform on the administrative end is also easy for us to track. And whenever records are needed, we've been able to download them and provide them when necessary, so.
Okay. All right, if no other questions, what's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass. Thank you.
G5 is authorization of interlocal cooperative agreement with City of Robinson for road work on Cooksey Road. Commissioner Smith?
Yes, we did a rework of that a while back, and it's time now. We always ask the municipality or tell them that we'll need to come back after a certain amount of time to do a reseal. So that's what this is. This is the reseal work on Cooksey that we had done previously, done the work on. So request is to approve the interlocal with the City of Robinson. That would be my motion.
Second.
All right, have a motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
G6 is regarding the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement Intergovernmental Service Agreement, authorization of modification of contract. And this is one of the standard ones we bring to y'all. This one is increasing funding for this task order by $5,000, and it is recommended for approval.
All right, any questions?
Motion to approve G6.
Second? Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
G7 is authorization of interlocal cooperation contract with Texas Department of Public Safety for Texas conviction reporting for justices of the peace, Precinct 1, Place 1, Precinct 4, and Precinct 5. I know we approved some of these last court session, but basically beginning January 1st, 2027, all convictions sent to DPS for processing must be submitted via their online portal. And so this contract must be in place before that portal is utilized by the county. So that's what's before you today, is adding these additional JP precincts.
So move.
Second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
All right, we have Lexi from the chamber with us. We have two items. G8 is regarding the industrial business grant agreement with Ooze and Oots North America, authorization of grant payment. And then H1 is regarding the program project agreement with Hello Bello Consumer Wellness, authorization of payment requests. Lexi?
Morning, Lexi.
Right, good morning. Thank you guys for having me this morning. So I will start with Ooze and Oots. They are requesting payment for their industrial business grant for the years 2024 and 2025. The reason for the delay in the 2024 is they were having switch changeovers in their finance department, and so they just didn't know they needed to request it. And so I'm here today to say that they are in compliance with their agreement for both of those years. I've worked with the City of Waco to confirm that, and so what that means is that they have invested $9 million plus in personal property, $20 million in real property, and created and maintained 42 jobs. They're actually at 60 jobs right now, with an average annual wage of $51,500. So the value of that 2024 payment for the county would be $30,234.88. And the value for the 2025 payment would be $34,467.21. That's the value of the taxes paid on the improvement of those, the improvements that they've made. So I'm just here to request the payment of those dollars.
Okay, any questions? I would make a motion, we approve that payment.
Second.
Per agreement. That motion second, any discussion?
Can you just say the name again for me?
Ooze and Oots.
Ooze and Oots?
You would like to hear it? Or
I like it.
Well, since you bring that up, they're one of numerous companies from Germany that have come in and made huge investments in our community, and so we're now an international industrial area.
Awesome.
Here for sure, and also we have other foreign ownerships here too, Mexico
Yes.
being the other two largest, so So we have a motion, second, any other discussion? No discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, passed. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
All right. Now I have Hello Bello Consumer Wellness is requesting payment for their 2023 and 2024 Waco McLennan County Economic Development Corporation grant. So the way that their grant was structured, in total, it was a $2,500,000 grant. They had an initial $500,000 payout when they made their improvements, and then the remaining years of the grant, they'd be paid out $500,000 if they were in compliance. And so they're asking for the 2023 and 2024 payments of $500,000 each per year, which the county's portion of that would be $250,000 for a total of $500,000 for the 2 years. The reason for that being 2 years of requests is that they were in the process of assigning their WebMet contract from Unconditional Love to Hello Bello Consumer Wellness, and we've just crossed that finish line and finished that, so they're requesting those two payments. So the county's portion would total $500,000.
Okay.
Or 500, yeah.
So we've been able to hold their money up until then, so that's great. Any questions? Not, I would make a motion, we approve that payment.
Second?
Motion made, second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass. Thank you, Lexi.
I appreciate y'all, thank you.
All right.
All right, moving on to item G9, authorization of contract agreement with Level 1 Technology for Pro Data Key door access control systems and license subscription for Justice of the Peace Precinct 3. This agreement totals $2,690.17. It does go along with a budget amendment that is under item J1E, and it is for the door access control system at JP.
Any questions?
Motion to approve contract agreement.
Second.
Have motion, second, any other discussion?
Would we also approve J1E at the same time or not?
Let's just do them all the same. Let's just wait.
All right, restate the motion then.
All right, thank you.
So the motion is,
I thought he said approve the contract. Is that?
Yes.
but.
That's fine.
Did both of them?
Did you include both of them?
I didn't, but I will.
Okay.
Where's the other one at?
J1E,
A1E.
actual payment.
Okay.
All right, so, motion's been amended. Is there a second? I'll second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
What I meant is that we should hold the budget amendments and do those all together, but that's all right.
Sorry.
Misunderstanding.
Okay.
All right, G10 is ratification of professional services agreement and related proposal with Modern Geosciences LLC for asbestos and lead testing for 7 Mile Lane and Thompson Road bridges. Amy?
So even though we know there's no asbestos and no lead paint on either of these bridges, we found out that we were required to get a certification for that. So since we had already let the contract and they're planning on starting in September, we moved ahead of coming to court to have a contract so that we could get this certification that there's no impact for lead or asbestos on these two bridges. So
Okay.
asking for forgiveness.
Okay. All right.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Motion made, second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass. Thank you.
G11, authorization of agreement and proposal from Granicus for cloud software solution for managing sheriff's office open records requests. David?
Yes, we're asking for the renewal for the contract with our open records software. Last year, 2025, we did slightly north of 4,000 open records requests. About 130 or so of those go to the Attorney General, and about 20% of them end up going through full legal review. So it's been a good software. It has gone up in price. At our current numbers, the new contract price is about $3.90 per request. So it's about $16,000, and we would recommend it for approval.
All right, any questions?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Have motion, second, any other discussion?
Yeah, David, is that almost a 10% increase?
Yes, sir, it is.
I would sure I'd like for us to hardball some of these people and stay at a 3% or less when we can. That's the only way we're gonna be able to hold our costs down.
And we did have multiple discussions with the company about that. I am not thrilled about the price increase, Commissioner, but we are thrilled with the service. So it's put us in a tough spot. We're going to try to do better negotiation next year.
At 10%, we'll be thrilled with maybe some other company next year.
Okay. All right, message delivered. All right, what's the pleasure of the court?
We already have a motion.
A motion and a second? All right, all in favor say aye. Aye. Those pass.
G12 is authorization of monitoring agreement with First Fire Protection Services for records management and archives building. TJ or Ken?
Good morning, everyone. This is an annual agreement with First Fire Pro to take over the services at the archives building for the fire panel. Currently, the old system runs off the POTS lines, and we also have a monitoring fee on top of that. So we're switching this unit over to a cell-based unit. That way we don't have any complication with phone line any further, and it does save us a little money on top of it. So we had the original agreement with Syntex as well as the phone line cost, which totaled up probably somewhere between about $80 a month. So this is some cost savings. We do recommend it for approval.
And I'll say that Mike reviewed the contract, and we struck out a couple of the limitation of liability and the indemnification on the contract.
Okay.
So just wanted to share that.
All right, thank you. Any questions? I'll make a motion we approve.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
G13 is authorization of towing, wrecker, and storage agreement renewal with Tow King of Waco. Ken?
Yes. We've gone through our first year of having a contract for towing services for the Sheriff's Department. We contacted Tow King of Waco to see if they wanted to continue our agreement, and they agreed at no changes to costs this year. We did run across one situation during the year, again, being a new contract, sometimes that happens, but we have a clarification that we put in that vehicles that are not county-owned should be charged the regular towing fee. And the example I use is what came up is that the Sheriff's Department requested a couple of vehicles that were going to be used for evidence, tow those vehicles to our shop. And anyway, so we clarified it that we should pay the full amount for a regular towing. And part of the reason is if we take a vehicle into evidence, we don't know how long we'll have it. And so the towing company needs to be paid for their service. So that's part of the clarification.
What if the SO tags a vehicle on the side of the road to be picked up because it's abandoned?
Normally
that charge goes back against the owner, doesn't it?
It does.
Okay, okay.
I mean, it's actually a lien.
Sir?
It's a lien on the vehicle.
Should be.
I think it is legally. Okay. All right, any other?
Just to continue, if agreed upon by the court, this would be in place from October 1, 2026 through September 30th, 2027.
We don't have very many of those, do we?
No.
Were they?
No, we don't.
Take it.
Tag?
Pick up in a tagged abandoned car on County Road.
There's 4 of them on Highway 6 right now. They got red tags on them.
Oh.
That's
state.
EPS though, isn't it?
I don't know. It looks like ours. We have a little different tag. So the county does it too. I'll check.
Okay.
Just wondering.
Any other questions?
But we do tag on state highways too. The county does.
Yeah. All right, any other questions? What's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve the renewal.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
E14 is regarding the master engineering and consulting services agreement work order number 1 with Lockwood, Andrews, and Newnham Incorporated for water consulting services. Just as a reminder, this is on the general, not the ARPA, but the general water-related consulting support with the Central Texas Water Alliance and also the McLennan County Water Resources Group. And this invoice totals $2,856.17. It has been reviewed and is recommended for approval.
Any questions?
Motion to approve, Judge.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any other discussion? No other discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
Under G15, authorization of interlocal cooperation agreements with the city of Hallsburg. There are two here. G15A is regarding shredding along roads approaching Trading House Lake Park, and G15B is regarding reconstruction of Mathis Drive. Commissioner Wilson?
Yeah, it's just a regular approaches to Trading House Park and things like that. It's going down the park that we're going to shred, and the term of agreement is for 1 year, the city and the county annually. The second one, the G15B, I'm not for sure. I mean, I think the county is willing to pay the $2,100, and I mean, the city is to pay the $2,117, but you know, Mathis goes straight down to our county park. We cross Wheelbanks and go about 40 feet into our county park. So I don't know if I was going to try to look into using that as an integral link from our county road to our county park, if we need to make Hallsburg even pay for that 311 feet.
Well, I don't see that much traffic coming that way into the park. Most of it's gonna come down Hall Drive.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Just my thoughts on it. Any other thoughts, anybody else?
Well, my thoughts, and y'all know my thoughts, I think we've let Hallsburg skate already. They've got a tax rate. They chose to lower their taxes, but they're benefiting from us.
Great.
I think they need to pay their share of improvements on their roadways. You know, and I use this as an example. I've got a road that changes from city to county 4 times in about a less than 2 mile distance. Theoretically, I could pave the whole thing and say that, but the city's paying it when we do it. So that's my opinion, that if it's inside of city limits, then they need to have some skin in the game.
Yeah, I think, and this proposal was really specifically to get general public into the park.
Well, this gets the general public from point A to point B.
Yeah. But, so, Commissioner, do you want to hold that piece, or do you want to just ask for a vote on it, or?
No, I think Hallsburg will pay the 2117. I don't think that, I don't think they should, but because there is a lot of people that do go to our park side on that side over there. And it is considered to me an integral link to our road system.
Yeah.
But you know, we did do that over on the Summerfield side,
Right.
which turned out great because all the boaters and the people that go and use Teepinell Lake use our roads to go down through there. Can't just come up and stop maintaining a road and then it'd be horrible for 300 feet to get our people to our park. So, but anyway, but I'll go ahead and we'll agree to that, the 2117.
Okay. All right.
I'll make a motion for G15A and G15B.
All right, I'll second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. And I think the statement that these other entities that have tax rates ourselves, that we really look over how we're spending money and might impact our tax rate. So I think it's a good point to always keep in mind. Okay, Dustin?
All right, G16 is authorization of master services agreement and proposal with 4 columns for website upgrade and support for McLennan County Historical Commission. The Historical Commission is requesting an upgrade to their website. They have received a proposal from 4 columns totaling $3,750. They do have funds to cover this in their budget. In addition to that $3,750, they're also requesting annual web hosting of $499 a year, and again, that would be covered in their budget.
All right, any questions?
So is this different than there's a different website for the McLennan County Sheriff's Department, or
Yeah, it's confusing.
is this sheriff or historical?
It's the Historical Commission. That's just an error in the notes.
Oh, okay, never mind.
It was confusing.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Your first one of the year.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
G17 is authorization of interlocal cooperation agreement with the city of Golson. Commissioner Jones?
Yes, this is an agreement with the city of Golson for chip seal of Quinlan Trace and Brazos Loop. The city agrees to pay the county an amount of $70,000.
Okay. Any questions anyone have?
How long is that there? Do you know how long that loop is around there?
No, I don't. It's pretty good ways though.
Yeah, it's a good price. Thank you.
City of Golson's a really good partner.
Sure.
Motion to approve this agreement with the city of Golson.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
We have nothing under item I this week. Moving on to item J, budget amendments. J1 is regarding the FY26 budget. Francis?
Thank you. So starting with J1A, this is a budget amendment in the general fund for the countywide department. This is a request to increase our county legal counsel line, specifically for invoices received from Haley and Olson. And then this includes our estimate for invoices that we will be receiving for the remainder of the year as well. J1B, this is General Fund Countywide Road and Bridge Department. This is a request to move within that department to increase professional services to cover costs that are anticipated for the rest of the fiscal year. J1C, this is General Fund Constable Precinct 5. He is requesting to move within his department to increase motor vehicle operating, so that would be for fuel or gasoline, to cover their cost for the remainder of the year. J1D, this is General Fund Elections. He is requesting to move within his department to increase repair and maintenance, and this is to cover a maintenance agreement for the copier they have in their office. J1E, you have already approved, but just a little information on it. It was to cover that agreement, of course, that you approved earlier on and in the agenda, but we are requesting that this come from Fund 130, which is our Justice Court Building Security Fund. So it's an appropriate use of those funds. J1F is General Fund Tax Office, requesting to move within that department into software licensing for the cost of software. I was trying to see what the name of this was. This is the RT Lawrence. This is the
MyTech.
yes, the MyTech software. J1G, this is General Fund Road and Bridge 3. This is a request to move within that department to between various lines to increase furniture and equipment and road construction materials to cover costs that they foresee for the remainder of the fiscal year. And that concludes, so that's J1A through D and F and G.
All right, any questions? I'll make a motion we approve.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
J1H is authorization of Texas Association of Counties claim deductible invoice. This is for claims associated with Dale McNelton, which is a law enforcement matter. And this invoice totals $450 and is recommended for approval.
All right, any questions?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
J2 is regarding the FY27 budget. Is there anything we need to touch on now, Judge Francis?
We can hold till.
We'll hold it till the budget workshop.
Right. We have nothing under item K this week. Under item L, grant proposals. L1 is our ARPA discussion. L1A is regarding the professional consulting contract addendums with Lockwood, Andrews, and Newnham. Authorization of professional service invoice through June. This is the ARPA one from Land, and it totals $4,295.66, and it is recommended for approval.
All right, any questions? I'll make a motion we approve.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No discussion. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Pass.
L1B is discussion and or action on addition of ARPA contract clauses for Tyler Technology agreements for enterprise jury, enterprise case manager, enterprise supervision, and civil process and related matters. just kind of in our continued work with Forbes, they recommended that we add these clauses to those 2023 and 2024 Tyler contracts that we entered into. So what's before you today is just the addition of these ARPA contract clauses, and it is recommended for approval.
All right, any questions?
Motion to approve.
All right, I'll second. Any other discussion? No discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
L2s are in the Texas State Soil and Water Conservation Board Flood Control Structural Repair Grant Program, authorization of application for structural repairs for Cow Bayou Site 8 Dam. Amy?
Cow Bayou 8 is classified as a high hazard dam, and at this point in time, the inlet structure is clogged. So Soil and Water Conservation Board authorized the funds to pump that down so that we could access that and move forward with getting that repaired. We are going to apply for, if you approve, a grant that will cover all of the costs for doing the repair and the upgrade to this dam. It's estimated to be $1.46 million. There will be no cost to the county. Soil and Water Conservation Board has already signed off on their portion of approving this grant application. We just need your approval as well.
Okay, any questions? That's a lot of pumping to pump those
It was.
down.
So this is a motion to approve the grant application?
Yes.
Yes.
So move.
Second.
Have motion second. Any other discussion? No discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Thank you.
Amy, do they save that water, or what do they do with it?
No, they just pump it down.
Goes down, hits the stream
Down the
behind.
creek.
Down to the next dam downstream.
Down the creek.
That's Cow Bayou 9 or something.
Cow Bayou, know.
All right, moving on to item M. M1 is County Auditor Approval of McLennan County Fund Balance Policy. Francis, you want to do this now or during budget?
Either way,
Let's hold it to a budget workshop.
Okay, M2 is Human Resources. M2A is authorizations regarding the 2026 Employee Wellness and Lifestyle Expo. And M2B is authorization of office closure. Anna?
I'm requesting approval to host the annual Employee Wellness and Lifestyle Expo. It's our fifth year hosting the event, and so we're really excited about it. It's going to have a lot of the same features as in previous years, primarily having that in-person, face-to-face support from vendors that employees can ask direct questions to. HR will also be on hand to help folks actually enroll online. We'll have laptops like we have in the past, and walk employees through the enrollment system. We are planning to have it at the Waco Convention Center, and it's scheduled hopefully for October 27th of this year, pending court's approval. And then item M2, important note about the expo as in previous years. Of course, we leverage that built-in wellness allowance from the administrative service agreement. Cigna, our new administrator, actually built that in to their agreement as well. So that's funding that'll be used. It shouldn't have an impact to our health plan or our health fund or require any additional county funding. And then M2B just goes along with M2A. We, as an HR, have closed the office in the past to help support the event that day.
Right. I don't know if y'all have been to it, but it's
Excellent.
Nice.
very good. I think the employees really appreciate it and get a lot of questions answered.
The convention center is a much more appropriate location for it also.
I agree, and we struggled last year a little bit with the hotel. That it was very nice facility. It was just a little awkward for employees to get around, and we would prefer the convention center. They book so far in advance now, and so we just missed our window last year.
Well, there's scheduling conflicts, but yeah, this is much better.
Good.
Okay, any questions? All right, what's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve M2A and M2B.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Thank you.
M3, County Sheriff, authorization of reimbursement for property loss. Major Ives?
Excuse me. So we had a set of contact lenses that we lost at the jail, and we're asking to reimburse those people for that. $45.83 is the total cost of small little contacts box, and our property room just lost it.
Okay. All right, I'll make a motion we approve.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passed.
Moving on to item N. N1 is authorizations regarding the 104th Annual County Judges and Commissioners Association of Texas Conference Host Court Night. I know Suzanne is on via Zoom, and she's been working hard, seeking contributions for the event. To date, we're coming up short of our total, so she would like to request that we be able to use an amount from the general fund contingency to cover the shortfall of the estimated cost of the event. I think it's to not exceed $25,000. But Suzanne, is there anything that you would like to add?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yeah, I have been working feverishly on this, and I know the commissioners have heard me talking to myself up and down the hallway since December. What I'm running into is some of our vendors are facing some hard economic decisions right now. Our smaller vendors are pulling out whatever they can, but where I used to have a $7,500 easy check sent to me, I'm getting $1,250 just so they can still be a partner with us. I will make note though, and I'll die on this hill, Commissioner Wilson, that I do have several large vendors that we spent $4 million plus with in the last 365 days that I can't get a penny out of. I have done my best to adjust the host court night short of 2 for $1 hot dogs from 7-Eleven and Slurpees to present the best of what we do here in McLennan County. I have sold out hotels at the Hilton and the Courtyard, and am using the auxiliary Courtyard as a hotel as well for 350 anticipated folks coming. Host court night will be 350 to 380 people. The menu has been pared down. I don't want to go any deeper into paring that menu down. It's very nice, and I want to put on a premier event. But anyway, so I'm just asking for a backup plan. I do have some verbal commitments, and I do have some let me get with our team and see what we can do commitments. So that could be that I bring in the funds in time, but I have a 50% of the catering budget due now. And I do not have the money in our funds to cover the 50%. I feel confident that I'll be able to raise more money, but I need more time, and I have obligations now. Our obligations are host court, of course, which is the meal and the transportation, the table linens, the floral, the band, and some of our smaller vendors have been kind enough to come in on pieces of that. And, you know, you can't give me $5,000 this year. Could you cover the band for $1,800? Suzanne, we're happy to do that. And again, so I am working feverishly on this daily, but I just need some support from the court and some direction so I can continue planning, getting the contracts back in front of the agendas to the commissioners so y'all can sign off on the contracts that I've kind of verbally committed us to, and just putting on the best event we can put on.
All right. Any questions anyone have for Suzanne?
No questions, but a comment.
Yeah.
I thank you to Suzanne, a big thank you, because I know she's spending a lot of time on this, and to Commissioner Jones, thank you for allowing her to do it.
Sure.
I know it's a lot of work on her part. And
He works for Commissioner Wilson too. So.
Commissioner Wilson, that's true.
Yeah, she does a lot of stuff for everybody.
So very appreciative, very appreciative.
A lot of her own time too.
Yeah,
so
definitely so. And I think it's unfortunate that we had the North and East last year.
That quick, yeah.
And it's just kind of a timing thing, a lot more than anything. And then we also compete with the state association on the.
Oh, that's true. I neglected to mention, that is an integral piece. I am finding that a vendor that I feel as though I can be confident in and that says, yes, Suzanne, we pledged money. And then I'll check 3 weeks later and say, have you mailed us that ask? And they're like, yes, we mailed that to the state association. So we're kind of double dipping on those vendors. And that is a complication I've run into as well.
Okay.
I think this is a valid backup.
Yeah.
To get us there.
I agree, and I agree with what y'all said about Suzanne's efforts in this. I feel very confident she will be able to get really close to where we want to be. But in the meantime, let's give her the assurance that we'll back it up. And so I'd make a motion that we approve that request.
Second.
Motion made, second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving down to item N4, discussion and action regarding fixed property damage release with indemnity for sign damage in Road and Bridge Precinct 4. So a resident hit a Precinct 4 Road and Bridge sign near McLennan Crossing Road and Spiegelville Road. Insurance was billed, but there was not enough coverage for all the property damage. And so what's before you today is the acceptance of $35.14 for the damage to the sign.
Couldn't that come out of the commissioner's campaign?
The 14 cents does. The rest of it.
Okay.
I'd make a motion we approve.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
N5 is discussion and action regarding Texas Department of Motor Vehicles 2027 local optional fees as per Chapter 502 of the Texas Transportation Code. So Chapter 502 gives counties the authority to impose optional fees in addition to the registration fee. And in the past, we have opted to enact these two local option fees, and we are at the maximum of both. N5A is regarding the County Road and Bridge fee. We're currently set at the maximum of $10, and N5B is regarding the child safety fee, and we are currently set at the maximum of $1.50. So we can either decrease those fees or make no changes.
Okay, I think we stay consistent on that. I'd make a motion we approve N5A and N5B at the same rate.
Second.
Have a motion, second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
N6 is discussion and or action regarding automated external defibrillators. Ken?
I have a lot of information here, so I'm going to come around. One of our favorite subjects, AEDs.
Yeah.
I have a lot of information here, so I thought I'd come around.
Just remember, we've been going an hour and 35 minutes without a break, and anyhow, I just want to point that out.
I will try to hurry. I will try to hurry. First item on my letter here to the court. Currently, we have 28 AEDs that will need to have their pads and batteries replaced on or before October 10th. And so we're going to need to get those on order. And that, of course, will come out of this budget. And I probably should have already talked to Francis about it. We usually buy that out of 0190. But I wanted to point it out. These are AEDs that we all at once had upgraded and fixed 5 years ago, and it's time to have it all done again. That total cost will be $8,802.64. In our discussion of AEDs, I've kind of brought this up before to the safety committee. We have a number of multi-story buildings that we may only have one AED in the building, and has been told us many times that the quicker you can put an AED on a person, their chances of survival increase greatly. And so if you have to go from a second floor down to the first floor to get an AED and go back up, or even a third floor, because we have some three-story buildings that don't have but one AED in the building. So I want to point that out, and I got a count of about 8 AEDs that we could add to our inventory to place in multi-story buildings. Not to mention that we've added buildings at 1211 Washington and 2124 25th Street that we currently haven't put AEDs in. And so those are multi-story, and I'm adding, just requesting one for each of those buildings. But in that 8, I was saying adding to multi-story buildings, because both those buildings are multi-story. I've added a couple in that count of 8. To purchase 10 AEDs, so that would be the 2 additional buildings and adding to the multi-story buildings, that cost would be $19,790. That's cabinets and the gear, scissors and all that kind of stuff needed for that. Lastly, I've brought this up before in the past. There are services that we can get that would monitor the AEDs. We check on them. We're not doing the full, they should be checked every month. We're keeping up with them on a spreadsheet as to when the batteries and pads need to be replaced, but we're not doing a good job of monitoring every AED that we have in the county to make sure that everything is good to go. So monitoring services, we got a quote from AED 123, and they would charge about $47 per AED per month. So that would be the cost for 44 AEDs that we currently have. That'd be $2,068 per month. We also got quotes from Cardio Partners, and they have two programs. The initial program, called the ARCH program, is to supply a software program where you just plug in. It'll prompt you to go check the AED, and so they're making sure that we're doing the reports as we should. But they also have an extended program for those AEDs that are located inside a cabinet. It's got an electronic reader, so it can tell you what's going on with that AED at all times. I just, to make it short, I did a recap on costs for this. And for the AED 123 program, where they also replace pads and batteries when necessary. A total cost per year to monitor the AEDs would be $30,456. Cardio Partners, where they just supply the software, we still have to do a lot of the monitoring, is $10,632. And Cardio Partners, which would have to use a combination, because again, it only reads it automatically in the cabinets, but that's $24,468. It doesn't work for those units that we have in cars. Now, they're working on that, and they should have a system for that maybe late next year. I wanted to provide all this information to you, just part of the safety program, and make you aware that such things exist, and maybe the addition of the AEDs for multi-story buildings. But in the minimum, we need 2 more AEDs for the 2 buildings that we've added. So I don't know how to finish this. I'm not trying to really make a recommendation, but make you aware that possibly we need to do some things here, and we can come back to it.
Did you say the justice system, the new justice system's in this also? The new justice system?
That's not in this count yet, because it'll be, it's down the road a little piece,
Yeah.
so I didn't include it. I thought about it, but
I can't speak for everybody on the court, but if I had to go down 3 flights of stairs, up 3 flights of stairs, you're gonna need an extra AED for me, so I would say.
Well, speaking for myself, I would support the new pads and batteries and the 2 new AEDs for those 2 buildings, but beyond that, I'm not interested. I don't know of too many places that monitor theirs like these people talk about, and I've seen them in churches and a lot of other public buildings, And I'm not aware that they're monitored, so, other than the,
I just wanted to bring it
In-house.
up for your
If
consideration.
you don't do that, though, you gotta make sure somebody's on top of
Yeah.
that. There's nothing worse than needing one and going to get it and it's dead. That would be the most horrible.
The cabinet, I like that cabinet that reads it, so you could just go by and check it or something.
Right.
you know, it'd be great to have an EMT stationed on every floor. That way, if you needed him, you just, there he is up there,
Break the glass,
and he's ready.
break the glass.
But we don't have that, and we're talking about spending more money.
Well, we do have the training for,
Yes.
and again, Anna's been doing that. We got the training on that coming up. Oh, no.
Go ahead, Anna.
One life is well worth the money now.
That's all it is. Can kind of beat you too. That's all I was going to mention is the training. So the
Yes.
court has already invested in training about 10% of our workforce to be able to use these AEDs, but that training is only as good as the equipment that we have available to them. So I would recommend some sort of maintenance monitoring on the AEDs to ensure that when they are needed, they are working.
Well, how often do we change the pads and the batteries?
5 years.
Yeah, on the ones that we have now, it's 5 years if all things being not used or whatever.
Yeah.
So, yes,
So if they're never used, they're good for 5 years.
yes. Yes.
Well, I guess one middle ground would be to buy the ones needed, so you don't have to run up 2 or 3 floors. And then we will have, after the budget's over with, we will have our budget retreat, first one this fall, and then again in the spring, and reconsider that on how we approach that deal. And like several things we're doing, push it to the next court.
That's, I just want it before you for, again,
Yeah.
Knowledge and consideration.
Appreciate it. But I do like the fact that there are some options in there that has a reader on it, just like you check your battery on your phone.
And like I say, they said maybe by end of next year, we should be able to add a monitor to every AED.
Yeah.
That it would read.
Yeah.
Anna, when you go out and do the safety inspections, do you do all the buildings, or like you came to the yards?
Elodia does them
Okay.
with
All right.
Ken and TJ.
Okay. And is the AED part of that?
We look, when we,
And that's
visit a building.
annually that we do that?
The facilities are, so there's a set of facilities that are scheduled, it's twice a year.
Yeah.
That are on the list of facilities that are reviewed.
Okay.
But the AED is just one small piece of
what we're
what the
looking
team
at.
reviews.
Yeah.
But right now, and it'll come out of this year's budget, we need those 2 additional and the replacement of the pads and batteries. Is that what?
It just depends when they're ordered or when they, I don't know how long that takes.
I really
to
didn't
obtain those.
specify on the AEDs. We need the pads and batteries before we get into the new budget. The other stuff can probably wait until the new budget.
But we have 2 buildings that don't have any.
Well, that's true. I mean, it would be better if we got them now.
Right, that's what I'm
Francis
saying.
is in one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, we need to expedite that piece of it to get it in this year's budget. The money's available.
So, I mean, I would make a motion that we approve the replacement pads and batteries for current AEDs and add the 2 new ones in the 2 locations that currently don't have any. And then I guess we can discuss the rest of it in the budget session.
Yeah.
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 Okay.
Yeah, let's do that.
I second the motion.
All right, that motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for the hard work, Ken.
Yep.
Right, N7s regarding local provider participation fund, the LPPF, authorization of intergovernmental transfer of funds. This is under the UC, the uncompensated care program. Heather?
Yes, so this is for the uncompensated care demonstration year 15. We have a due date of Monday, August 31st, and a settlement date of Saturday, September 1st. And we do not have the requested amount, so we're requesting to transfer up to the balance in the LPPF on the date of transfer.
All right, any questions? What's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve up to the balance in the LPPF account on the day of the IGT.
I'll second. Any other discussion? No discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. Thank you.
And 8 is authorization to light the courthouse purple in recognition of International Overdose Awareness Day. This ties back to the proclamation from this morning. It's a request to light the courthouse in purple on August 31st.
Just for that day?
Yes, sir.
Can we have purple lights?
I believe we can make that work.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
Oh,
there's either
it's-
a screen or there's LED now.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, they're changeable now.
Okay, that's
Well, I
cool.
mean, that's a
That's
great
neat.
cause, but I think we need to look at Mark Panthers and Tarleton. Purple Day.
Purple food.
Motion to approve.
Yeah,
the
let's get a
Second.
courthouse purple.
All right, motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Didn't know we had purple.
And 10 is our announcement of interest and or possible future agenda topics. Don't know if anybody has anything for today. If not, we'll move on. Nothing under item O. Under item P, McLennan County Downtown Jail Justice Center Remodel Project. P1 is our construction manager at risk agreement with Irwin. P1A is authorization of application for partial payment number 20. This one totals $1,388,437. It has been reviewed and recommended for approval.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made second, any other discussion? No discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Right, and Judge, that'll take care of all the action items except for those associated with the FY27 budget.
Okay.
Question, Judge, regarding that. J2C dealt with recording of the salary and allowance schedule for, I guess, what was that, the Juvenile Justice Center, the Juvenile Detention Center? Is that something that will be voted on, or is that?
Yes, I didn't cover those.
Okay, we're gonna wait on
We
27?
can't, yeah, they were
Okay.
just all lumped
Okay.
under budget.
Okay,
so
very good.
They should be easy, but.
Okay. We've gone a long time without a break, and I think time we break, it'd already be, the clock would be moving. I would, unless somebody has another idea, I suggest that we come back and start the budget workshop at 1:30. Does that, anybody ever?
Sounds good.
Any other view?
I'm good with it. Whatever you wanna do, Judge.
Are they gonna speak today or?
No.
Oh, okay.
All right, thank you. We stand recess.
1:30?
1:30.
All right.
Recording in progress.
All right, let's call court back into session. Okay, before we get started, we've got a little housekeeping to do. Dustin, if you would lay it out for us.
Yes, sir. If we could just, talking back about the County Judge and Commissioners Conference, the first full day of that conference is Tuesday, October 6th, which is a court day. September does have 5 Tuesdays, so that preceding Tuesday, the 29th, if y'all are okay with it, we could look at skipping the October 6th meeting and then getting the action items on the September 29th agenda, if that's okay with the court, and if so, we'll get those notices sent out.
Will that interfere with anybody's afternoon dove hunting?
Probably still be too hot.
Yeah, probably. Okay, any problems with that? It's not an action item today, is it? So
no, sir. So we can just, Reagan will help. We'll just get those notices sent out to the departments and elected officials just to submit their agenda items for the September 29th agenda.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds good. All right. Nobody objected, so move forward with that. All right, Francis, I think you're up.
Okay. So I'm going to start today. We have a few topics that we need to clean up that may create adjustments to the budget a little bit. So I wanted to get those out of the way first. And so y'all interrupt me when you need to, but I have a few and I'll just work my way through those. So first I have the request from Prosper Waco for PACES. So just to remind you, in the proposed budget, it was just, that the number that they requested plugged in, which was the $263,900. And so I think some more information was needed on that topic, and some more information was gained.
Yeah. So anyhow, that was for 2 years. Of course, we don't obligate over 1 year at a time. But the amount would be half that, which would be, how much is half that?
Half would be $131,950.
Yeah, and so I would request that we leave that portion in and pull the rest of it out. Any issues with that?
I'm good with that.
Okay.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I'm good.
No, I'm fine with that as long as we understand, or I expressed some concerns about the length of it. If we were creating something in perpetuity, or when are we going to move from plans to action and so forth? And that's something that hopefully within this year we can resolve.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, so we'll update that. So that is a decrease there. We originally, Hub was going to, our health fund consultant was going to be with us today to shore up some discussion on the plan, our health plan, and some changes there, but they won't be able to be with us until the 1st of September. Of course, our budget will be adopted by then, but just to remind you, we do have 10% embedded in the proposed budget for premiums and costs for all employees. So that is in there, and that was their recommendation. So they are not here, of course, to have further conversation today, but we do have a piece of that embedded already. So I just wanted to give you an update there.
Okay.
We have an additional amount that's requested from emergency management, so City of Waco. We have Tim Jeske with us to speak on that. I'm going to pass out some information too.
Real quick, Judge, just in the interest of their afternoon, I think we just took care of the issue they were here about, correct?
Yep.
Do what?
They're
Jessica.
here this afternoon.
Yeah, she knows it. She said.
They spent all morning with us. I didn't think they'd want all afternoon with us.
We can leave now, but I also want to be rude and be disruptive. Thank you, Commissioner.
I appreciate that, but you're welcome to stay or go.
Good
afternoon. How are you, Tim?
Doing well. It's a little too hot out there, but we will survive. So what you have before you here is a request for $75,000, which is the county share of a $150,000 project, to retain a consultant to assist the Emergency Management Office in transitioning our current emergency management plan and the annexes, so the basic plan plus 22 annexes, into the new, now state-mandated emergency support function format. ESF, as it's called, is not a new concept. The federal government has done it for about the last 10 years. That has now been pushed to the state government, and now the state has given all cities and counties the deadline of November 26, 2027 to transition our basic plan, and then we have an additional year, 2028, to do the ESF. There's 15 of them total. So what we were trying to do here is basically knock it out in one, since we're going through the planning process already. Let's go ahead and get a contractor in place and just do it all at once. And so that way we can meet the deadlines for the state, stay in compliance, and serve the residents of McLennan County the best way we can.
We're presently using a consultant, correct?
So we had a consultant for the hazard mitigation plan that was provided on a contract. That project is complete, and we no longer have any
Okay,
obligation.
all right. I guess that was what I was thinking about.
Tim,
Yes, sir.
there's no funding, like, yeah, your budget doesn't carry contingencies in it that would handle something like this, given the fact that this wasn't presented to us when we were trying to get the budget put together?
Great question. I'm not aware of any contingency in the budget. We do have a contingency line in our budget, but I believe it's $10,000, and that's more for an 18-wheeler or something that has a hazmat and we can't find a responsible party. We use that line to pay for the environmental cleanup while law enforcement tries to hunt down who actually needs to pay for it.
And has this been presented to Waco City Council?
It has been included in our departmental budget at the city of Waco, so I'm assuming the council has seen it as part of their overall budget process.
And so you don't know, you're assuming they approved it?
That's our assumption, yes.
And why are we just now seeing it?
It was a departmental oversight. When we presented the budget, I guess back in June, this was inadvertently left out. So I apologize for the.
I appreciate your honesty on it.
Yes, sir.
Did y'all present this to the city council, or did judges?
So this
put
was
it in?
submitted as a funding package in the city's overall budget
I
process.
really don't know how their process works when it comes to.
Right. So it's submitted, they use a system called ClearGov, and we submit funding packages. So this was submitted as a funding package to management for consideration into the budget. It's our understanding that they are interested in proceeding with it. However, we don't know for sure until the final budget is actually approved.
And Tim, obviously, this is a mandate from the state.
Yes, sir.
So what happened, let's just say Waco says, no, we're not gonna do it. Somebody's gonna have to pay for it, right? What's the fine? What's the penalty if we don't?
So the penalty would be out of compliance with the state, and so it could jeopardize disaster funding.
Funding that comes along, yeah.
Different things that are along those lines, Homeland Security grant funding, different things like that. So that would be the penalty there.
So you don't see Waco saying no then?
I have no reason to believe that they would. However, I also don't control that decision, so.
Well, we could make our decision based on their participation if we're going to move forward.
Correct.
And a reminder of how their budget works in relation to us. So we don't pay our half until the city of Waco actually expends those funds. And then it's audited also by our office. We review all the invoices and make sure that we agree that we should pay half of it. So, so for some reason that did, for some reason change in some way.
Right.
We would not be paying that or transferring those funds over to Waco.
So Judge, you're saying contingent upon Waco's half of the funding coming through?
Yeah. Sure. And then suggest Francis slow pay them. If they're slow to come ask, we're slow to pay them. But they've got to, we've got to meet the mandate.
Oh, sure, I understand.
As much as we hate it.
Just another one.
Just another
Yeah,
mandate
just
from
one
the
more.
state to add to it?
Stack it on, but by the way, as the governor says, you can't do anything without us letting you do it, so, except for you need to do this. Anyhow, I'd make a motion we approve it.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Next, revisiting a conversation that you had earlier today with Judge Hensley. She had requested a change from part-time to full-time, I believe.
She's withdrawn the request.
Okay,
It's out.
okay.
Just got the message.
Was there anything else that you needed to touch on? Okay.
Is that actually halftime? Is that, I mean, that's, what did that translate hours per week? Anybody, she was explaining that to us.
She was saying with 4,000 a year.
Yeah, how does that translate a week?
4,000 in a week?
Here comes our HR person, she'll tell us. I was trying to figure that out when she was saying that, how that
She would be
translated.
on call.
It's like 12 hours,
How many?
12 hours per day for the 7 days of the week is what the schedule.
12 times 7, so they're working theoretically a 48-hour week? They could be? Is that what you're saying?
That would virtually be impossible. Be tied up 48 hours a week on base.
I understand you're on call 48 hours a
Right,
week.
right.
It's 84.
What?
On call, 84 hours.
A week? 7 times 12, yeah, that's right.
And so I only wanted to ask the Commissioners Court because I believe Judge Long provided the court with some additional details related to her request. And so I just wanted to revisit the full-time position request being made by the 170th Court to see if that was something the court had further questions on or wanted to reconsider. It's a court administrator assistant position. It's $58,000, I believe. Let me double check.
Yeah, you're right. It
Instead of
was.
ask a question though. One thing that it's been a common practice when a new elected official comes in, they get to analyze and look at their department and then make requests based off what they see. And we haven't given her that chance. So that's the
I
only thing. I'm gonna bring
apologize
up there.
about Betsy. She, as you can imagine, trying to drink from a fire hydrant right now. But if you look at the staffing in there and what has been the activity in that court in the past and what it's going to be in her willingness to take on 10% of the criminal side, say she couldn't do it without that support, is the way I look at it. So,
What are the other district courts? Can you recount the number of
That's where the
administrators at each
question was.
one, please?
They all have at least two.
They all have at least two.
Two
And
full-time
maybe-
positions
And maybe 3?
that are, court administrators or administrator assistants. I'm not counting court reporters. But as an administrator capacity, each court has at least two.
At least 2.
And the 170th would be the standalone that only has one administrative position. And I misquoted the salary. It's actually $56,805 annual salary that's being requested for the position, which is in line with the other administrator assistant positions amongst
Right.
the district courts.
Right. And my only comment was, if it's approved, I'd like to see some results somewhere down the line that they show us that we have more cases being disposed of than we have coming on. The numbers are trending the other direction, and if this helps, that's great.
in that court?
No, overall, for this,
Yeah.
overall court.
Yeah, well, I can tell you in that court, I guarantee you it's gonna go up because, two things. One, it's been very laid back court in the past.
Yeah.
And then already from the activity that's happened since she came in and taking on these additional criminal side, it has
10%.
no, and we'll see it.
That's what I'm hoping,
But
that's what
we
I'm hoping we
want,
see.
and she understands that.
Yeah.
And that most of the decisions we make are data-driven.
Mm-hmm.
And she doesn't feel like there'd be any problem with that.
There's the graph right there I was referring to.
You would mention to me before, don't go down that rabbit hole about having new courts and things but if we can get those felons out of the jail, it's gonna save us a lot more than this salary.
Yeah.
A lot more salary.
Yeah.
Because the felons in the jail is where the money's at.
A lot of it.
I support it. Any feedback?
I'm in.
We have a consensus.
Yeah. My comment, we gotta quit having these meetings because they're telling me.
It costs us money.
We
Yeah,
gotta go to other, we gotta quit that.
Anytime Anna walks up here,
It's
get
expensive.
Maybe it's something that you really
Is she
didn't
playing?
make
Get
sense.
the
but it makes
checkbook out.
sense. You need to
Okay.
What else?
Okay.
We'll update that. That's the only,
Well, then what about the,
Really?
what about the death investigator? I thought you were gonna.
that's
deal on
pulled.
that.
Been
They pulled
scrapped.
it.
Judge
been
Hensley's
scrapped.
withdrawn that request.
You missed that part.
Did you say that?
Yeah, so I saved a
And
little
then
money.
Judge said it, and then,
Yeah.
can we replay the tape? Where's the red flag? We're gonna throw it and we're gonna replay the tape.
Withdrew the request.
Did it really happen?
Yes.
Yeah. I was wondering why you were doing the hard math over there.
Well, yeah, I was trying to put those hours together and nobody says anything. I'll just let it slide.
Yeah.
It's okay.
But that was all I had, sir.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
This the heat.
On that side of the room?
Or maybe it's this chair.
Okay. Commissioner Smith, you have something? for
Yeah,
the
I
board?
do.
Okay.
I do. See, I was thinking ahead, and that's the reason I
Yeah.
wasn't really focused.
Yeah.
I have a proposal I'd like to share with the court. Here, there's something for y'all to peruse and pass it around. And it deals with the possibility of saving about just under $1 million. But it deals with our proposed budget with the tax saving option. So I'll wait till everybody gets a hold of it. The blue part is at the very top, it's the adopted budget 2026 in the gray, and the blue is the proposed 27 numbers. Then the dark blue is the total of those numbers. And you see, we're already down from the adopted budget of 9,409,449, and the proposed is sitting at 88,27,914. The green is my proposal for us to look at, and it deals with a tax saving option in really just 3 lines. And it's based on mileage. I tried to come up with an average cost per mile from the low to the high and came up with $42.50 per mile. And translating that over to the miles that the engineering office furnished us, that was road construction materials. And then down at capital outlay, reducing it across the board to 200,000. We went to 100,000, and we could go lower if we needed to, I guess. And then contingencies, dropping 50,000 off that. The total amount is, there's the totals in the light green at the bottom, and the savings proposed then would be $943,700. And I would say that, speaking only for my precinct, we can live with the proposed budget. We're losing about 200,000 off of the proposed budget. Ours was already quite a bit lower. So that's what I'd like for y'all to digest and peruse. And
So the contingency goes down.
the contingency and the capital outlay across the board.
Yeah.
It went up, I guess, for precinct 4.
Yeah.
Ours was at 60 already, and we added 100, but if it'll make it more palpable to the court, we'll go back down to 62. We need 2 shredders. I'm open, like I said.
Yeah, so.
I'm open to criticism, or I doubt there'll be the accolades, but,
Any questions you want to ask? It affects some more than others.
somebody's coming to get us. Yeah, it affects all of us somewhat, and Ben comes out pretty good, simply because he's got a ton more miles.
So it's mileage driven primarily.
Well, it's road, yeah, that portion is, it is, and then, of course, across the board cuts on capital outlay and contingencies. But, we're serious about wanting to save money, and I spent a lot of time on it, but that's okay too.
Is there
Chrissy put it in a final format for me.
help me understand, because at first blush, it makes sense, and I get it. How'd you come up with $42.50 per mile?
It was a average, it was kind of in the middle of what we're low and what we're high among the 4 precincts. It was kind of in the middle. And that number's not a firm, I mean, it could change. It could be less, it could be more. That's up to the court, but that was just something that we picked, trying to stay in the middle of the road.
I mean,
The one thing that, so I'll just say that each precinct is different, and even though we did lose a lot of miles, we're still, it feels like we're still having to do the same amount of work on the same amount of road. We're pretty much done hardening roads now, so we're into doing second coats.
Yeah.
Mostly now, and so that I think that you know the amount that we picked wasn't arbitrary or anything like that. We knew. I mean, if you're going to keep the maintenance up, then you need to keep that road construction material going, and to be able to put on the roads and keep the roads in.
So was the material one of the big cuts? Is that what you're saying?
road construction material, that got killed precinct 3.
The opposite side of that, though, guys, is just because you run out of road construction materials doesn't mean you run out of work.
Right.
There's plenty of work out there. And if you're doing, I mean, we do have to keep up, there is a certain level of repair that needs to be done on a regular basis. But, you know, I've talked to you before about it. If we had to adjust our budget, my guys, they'll plan accordingly to what we have in the budget. And then outside of that, we've got ditches, they'll stay busy. They'll stay busy, getting work done that's necessary. It's just, how do you guys feel about it?
Well, now he has to go around the world to get to some of his roads, and that's.
Well, but.
Yeah.
That's not really the issue.
Yeah, and that's not really true, because I would guarantee we still have, when we go to the far side of the precinct, we probably have just as long to go.
Well, I tried not to adjust anybody's fog. I didn't fool with fog.
But we already, as all 4 of us combined, have given up $1.4 million
Right.
to begin with.
Yeah.
So I mean, you want to.
We're already.
Now we're going to give.
I think we're really. I
$2.3
mean,
million
I think the roads are going to suffer.
Well, I think looking at the 4 precincts, you know, and I can only speak to myself versus some of the others, it certainly looks skewed. We've tried to hold the price and you know, to be fair, maybe we ought to be asking what everybody else asks. We cut out equipment, we've tried to cut back on everything else, but that's up to y'all. That's up to y'all. Final decisions, courts, but
That's why I'm looking at you guys.
Anyway.
Because this won't affect me by 12/31, so.
I mean, there's not a lot of fluff in our road and bridge budgets. So it's.
And to that point, Commissioner Jones.
We're not, you know.
Our operational budget in precinct 4 has only gone up 3% in the 16 years I've been on the court.
That's great.
Well, but that's when you're saying we always cut ourselves.
Right.
And so to that point you made, you got a very valid point.
Is there any middle ground from this to?
To maybe half of it, or?
Yeah, I'm just asking the question.
You know how I feel. I'm so far behind out there. I'm catching up, but, I mean, it's 200,000 off of my budget. It's not 145,000. It's not that much off my budget, but, well, it sure hurts precinct 3, but,
I wasn't trying to hurt anybody.
No, I
was
got
trying to somehow equalize the pain, to be honest with you. Because we took we were already 600,000 below the highest and a couple 100,000 below everybody else, and we dropped on down to a couple more 100,000. So I didn't try not to shoulder some of the pain.
I mean, I just think I think the roads in general are gonna suffer.
So is there a backup, in other words, out of the contingency, overall road and bridge contingency, is that a place to draw from if a precinct?
I don't think you'd wanna, you wouldn't wanna pull from contingency just for, regular maintenance.
Yeah.
And just to get a glimpse of what we do have in contingencies now, general fund wide, we have 1.5 million in countywide, and then each precinct has 250. So we have 2.5 total in contingencies. You can move from any line you want to any other line, but there's not a countywide contingency
That
anymore.
countywide is for a bridge
Yes.
blowout or, you know, whatever.
So I'm feeling a little pushback on Commissioner Smith's total request. Is there any, like I said a while ago, is there any middle ground or?
Understand, I
total
don't have any
rejection?
hard feelings one way or the other.
I know,
don't.
and I appreciate
don't.
the work you've done on it.
I don't.
Yeah. I agree. And it's, hopefully, this, under new management, this court won't have to deal with these hard issues in the near future, depending on what kind of tax rate we set this year.
I do want to say this about these fellows, all of y'all sitting up here, is that all the rage about the tax increase is going to come our way. But who's cut their budgets more than any other department or elected office in this dadgum county? Is us. And Commissioner, I don't mention one of y'all said maybe this would spur someone else to do something similar. I wouldn't hold my breath.
No.
But it is frustrating.
Doesn't seem to be the trend that came to us during the budget.
Yeah, what did we cut, 23 million from the beginning?
Tremendous amount.
So it's frustrating to sit in here and to, what you're responsible
Yeah,
for, you take care of very well, and you pitch and you play ball when you have to. There's just not a lot of cooperation.
Yeah. All right.
So right now, Francis, how far are we off? 7, 8 million?
So that was my next
Yeah.
move, was to
Good
look at
segue. You're-
a big
I'm
picture,
just-
so you read my mind.
Yeah, I get that. I was a highway patrol. But that would kind of help us to think about this a little more, but.
If you want me to, I can do it. I don't want to interrupt you. So this is, when I say big picture, very, very few items up on the screen, but I think it will just help gauge where we are here. So you can just do like the presentation thing, does it? Oh, no. Perfect. So this is, we started these discussions on July 8th. We had all requests rolled in. We had the estimated COLA at the time rolled in, all new positions. So everything just kind of all thrown in. And so we started with that 174.4 million on July 8th. And so through discussions, we've made a lot of cuts and we've added things. And so the net decrease is 6.7 million through today. You made some changes just in the last 20 minutes. I think the decrease, the half of Prosper plus emergency management, and then that new position for 170th, it's very close. I think we've like 15, 20,000, probably. We'll get that number for you more exact in a little bit.
Yeah.
So it's not really going to affect that much, but just to kind of gauge where we've come just since July 8th, of course. And so that was a combination of a lot of, reductions in capital type requests. I know specifically from IT, maintenance pulled a lot of their requests, deferring some larger maintenance items to a future year. You all, like you mentioned, pulled about 1.4 million out of the road and bridge requests from where they originally were. We pulled probably like 1.5 million out of outside entities. So the biggest piece being One Deck. Trying to think, again, all of those things rolled together. And so just to get a glimpse of where we are right now compared to July 8th.
That doesn't count to the amount that the commissioners had already came in with the less request, and isn't that right? Their cuts were already done before
So
this.
if, you know, some of it was cut, if it was cut before we met for the first date, then that was just already
Yeah,
taken
okay.
out. But anything that,
We'll cut a personnel out of precinct 4 and some heavy equipment.
Yeah,
Significant.
yeah.
so then, of course, we can say, well, we've cut nearly 7 million out of those requests to our proposed budget, but how does that compare to last year? And so I say last year, current year. So FY '26, our adopted budget for general fund, just general fund, was 161.5 million. And so then looking again at our proposed budget to date is that 167.7. So it's about a 6.2 million increase from 26 to 27. It's a 3.8% increase. And then just to put this in context, I just thought it was interesting, the consumer price index that we've been using for the cost of living adjustment for non-step employees is 3.71.
Right
So a large, the majority of our budget is personnel, and so of course that makes sense. But even when you extrapolate that over all lines, we're coming in at about 3.8%. And I know we've talked about scenarios and looking at, do we need to keep that at 3% each year moving forward on growth? But that is where we are as we sit right now.
So basically, we're saying half of that difference is cut out of 2 budgets. You're saying Road and Bridge had a big cut, and then who else had a big cut?
WebMec.
WebMec?
Yeah, man.
And
1.4 and 2 and 1 is.
I'm not following what you're saying.
No,
Say it again.
That's on the previous slide, on your,
Yes, just what makes up
what
that.
we cut. So we cut 1.4 from
So 1.4.
Road and Bridge original presentation. And then another million from WebMec.
WebDeck.
And then we cut out how much more in outside entity?
It was about a $500,000 because it was from requested down to what we looked at. So a lot of those, they had increased requests. And so that's just kind of looking from original presentation to now. We also, I know information technology pulled about $1 million out of capital. And I'm trying to remember, new positions. There was nearly $2 million in new positions that we did not include in the budget. So those were some of the biggest pieces that made up that decrease.
Of the 6.7 increase, you're saying.
So then
a large portion of that was from employee, the 3.71 plus the steps and everything, that took a large portion of that increase was salary.
So the recommended COLA, everything is in that 174 million. That's just what we started with.
I think she was trying to make an analogy that 3.8, which is our increase, was caused by a lot of things that affect the CPI, are driven by the CPI, which is how we set the COLA. So, COLA is, and I think you're just.
Thank you.
You're tracking
Words are not-
the economy, that it's pretty close to
We were
what
pretty close to what,
Yeah, I mean, so what we're considering is, a reasonable, a reasonable amount that is changed in here. It's not poor management, it's.
cost of living.
Cost of living and cost of Texas, state of Texas.
A whole bunch.
Yeah, all those things
bunch.
that affect not only our expense side, but our revenue side.
Yes, it has.
On those, lower, taxes on certain folks of certain ages, small businesses, all been, lowered down too. It affected the amount of revenue we had, so. Tariffs and all those other things that happened has a lot of effect to our, what our sales tax ends up being and those things as well.
And that number there, the 6.2, if you're looking from 26 to 27, I'm just eyeballing, probably about half of it was COLA, and the 10% increase on health insurance. That was a big, those are big numbers. And
Yeah.
so personnel probably makes up about half of that increase in personnel
What
cost.
was the COLA to non-step employees?
3.71.
But dollar-wise, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, 2,075,000 was the total cost. That's with retirement, Medicare, Social Security.
That's all in with benefits?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And then how much was the step increase?
The step was, I want to say, one second, I close my sheet.
600, something, 6.
I think I just opened the wrong one. I have it, one sec, sorry. It was. Adding that additional step was 287,000.
That's just that adding that step, though. That's not the
That's not-
total of all of what everybody stepped up.
No.
Step up is not counted.
So that's your other piece of that, and so,
How much was the
the
step up?
natural, we'd have to do a little bit of, I know I had it one
Higher
day.
than the COLA. It was higher than the
Yes,
COLA.
it's,
It's like 4 point something, but, not for sure.
well, we can get that for you. Where do we have it somewhere? Okay. So. Will you go to the next slide real quick, if you don't mind? Thank you. And so, looking at that increase from year to year, of course, that's what we've been focused on and trying to bring that down, get, these 2 years as close as possible. When you have
I have a
things
quick,
like,
I'm sorry.
oh, you're good.
Throughout the year, we've added several positions in the 26 budget.
Yes.
Is that included in this, in the 161,520?
So,
Or is
no.
that your,
No, so that 161,520, that would have been where we left on August, I think it was August 27th last year. And so a lot of changes made to the budget during the year, but that is what you adopted.
we determined that there were 17 positions that were added or
It was
something
15, I think it was 15 altogether.
during the year?
10 of them in one swoop.
Yeah, 10 at one time.
And then, there's things that you did
Would that
during the
be-
last month and a half. You pulled out 5 positions across the board that were historically not filled, not posted. And so that is everything rolled in.
So the net was 10.
Yes, yes, assuming. And then you had approved one new position for purchasing next year, and then we just approved one for 170th this morning. Or not this morning, but this afternoon. And so, that increase in the budget year after year, that we've been seeing, and then, of course, this year, so it's definitely necessary, of course, that we adjust the tax rate. I think even if your budget was at 161.5 million exactly again, and we had no changes, you would still need to adjust the tax rate, just because over the last years, we've been funding reoccurring operating expenditures by relying on new property, increased values, increases in other revenues like sales tax. Sales tax is flat. Next year will be 3 years in a row that it's pretty flat. And then, of course, then you're using excess fund balance. So you've really held the burden off of the taxpayer for some years, like we've looked at, for the last 10 years, what that net decrease was in the tax rate by relying on those other sources, but those sources are not there. Taxable values are flat, sales tax and other revenues like that are fairly flat. We've dipped below our fund balance threshold. So what is that? I think this is where I just wanted to go in. How does this affect the taxpayer, but then also how does it affect the county? And so if this is where we land when we adopt, So this is what it would look like on the median household in McLennan County. So the first line, I know it's kind of a lot to look at one time, but it's just black and white. But FY '26, the median value of a homestead was $279,000. And so the adopted rate, of course, that you adopted last year was $334,805. So a tax bill on that median valued house was $934,11. So fast forward to now, the median value of a house has actually dropped. So we're at $271,968. So the calculated no new revenue rate, there, 329,516, that would generate a tax bill of that number there. And you'll see that that's about a $38 decrease, annual decrease for that same house if you had that same median household. And then the proposed rate was 6 cents higher than this current year's adopted rate. And so what that bill looks like, and it's around $140 annually for that same median household.
That's what was in the newspaper.
Yes.
That 271,968.
Yes, there,
I
some.
was looking at the newspaper ad.
The statutes are sometimes different, so the tax rate hearing, it may have the average household. The impact statement has to have the median household value. So they'll vary slightly, but I think it gives you the same basic end result, so.
So that's $139.63 less that the taxpayer will have to spend on.
That's what the 6 cents how that would affect a household at $271,968.
Groceries and stuff like that.
So, of course, this is, because I know that's, of course, high on your concern list right now is how that affects the taxpayer. And so now we can go back and look at those scenarios and see then how that's affecting the county and our financial position. And so I am gonna share, we'll go back to our scenario page.
We don't remember that we had those two items, or at least in the agenda regarding juvenile and.
Yes,
and our
we'll make sure we get
our
those approved
unfunded
before we
balance.
go. They're
Yeah,
not.
Our percentage, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. So back to our scenario page. So this has the 6 cents loaded into it, which was your proposed tax rate. So this is, of course, where we have been hovering now for a couple of weeks, and we have, those numbers should all be updated, except for the few things we just approved, but like I said, it's not gonna make a substantial difference. And so you'll see there the bottom line is 31.7%. And of course, this scenario page has those assumptions embedded into it. We come under budget 3%, the growth factors, and all of the areas.
It's just 0.317 gets us back kind of where we started in the budget.
Yes,
In fact, I
almost
think it was
exact.
30.8 or something like that, but it gets us slightly over that.
Yes.
And it sets a trend where the court could actually see their way to lower taxes
Yes.
and probably maybe not next year, but the next year for sure.
And so with this, and like you said, with this scenario, you'll see where the difference between revenues and expenditures, that orange line, that's when it reverts back to a positive number next year in this scenario. And like you said, then your fund balance starts building on itself, of course. And so then, of course, your options are you lower the tax rate. That's always the option. Or you can utilize those funds for,
Growth.
you never want to use them. Yes, you never want to use them for recurring expenditures and then get yourself back here. So one-time expenditures, a large capital, project, a large capital item, paying off a chunk of debt with TCDRS, pushing money into permanent improvement fund, because there's a lot of unknowns in this scenario. One being the assumptions, of course. The other being what's happening in Austin and the state decisions that are to be made. And then we also, as we've been cutting the budget over the last, 6 weeks, anything that we've deferred to a future year. So something that we expect to come back and pop back up in a future year. And, I think history shows that when that happens, usually it's at a higher cost than what we pulled it out as originally. So
What was that number again of deferred maintenance-related issues?
I'm not gonna share this one.
You take the $6 million that came from engineering, and you wouldn't count all that, but,
One of them was the million from Wimdeck.
yeah, WEMDEC.
So go ahead, Judge.
No, well, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna kind of walk through. So we pulled some rather large maintenance projects, so elevator repair maintenance. And even if we hadn't pulled out that one, we would still have 2 to come, of course, because TJ talked about the 4 elevators that needed it. Roof replacement, specifically on 25th Street, the Wimdeck decrease. So if you are planning on getting that back up, and I know that we keep in sync with Waco. Some other maintenance-related cost for parking lot work to be done at the fairgrounds. You pull down 25% on a subset of outside entities, and if your intent's not to bring that back up, but if it is, making sure that you account for that. There were a lot of capital items pulled specifically for information technology, and so I don't know specifically, if those items may come back up or if there's an urgent need for any of those. And then, of course,
Weren't
the
a lot of
cuts.
those going to be bought? I mean, we've always bought through the year, gone ahead and pushed it into the 26, were a lot of those?
I bought it early.
Uh-huh.
This year, I don't think we're able to really do that. If there's anything we could move. And it really wouldn't change your bottom line for 27 because either we've estimated it to be spent in 2026 or it's in 27. But this year, coming so close to our budget expenditure-wise, we don't have a lot of wiggle room to do some of those things.
Yeah, let me make one correction. That when I said you could lower tax, I'm not sure about that now because of these items that aren't addressed this year that we're pushing into next year. I'm not saying that we have deferred maintenance from way back, but we have maintenance issues that will be deferred this year, pushed into next year. So those are going to have to be paid for. So it could interfere with being able to lower tax again. Of course, we made up assumptions based on what our tax base is going to grow, and then we really, even though we all know it, we really haven't talked about the limitations that the state may put on us that could restrict us from being able to move, have any agility to adjust for economic times. And back to that 6 million or whatever it was, and those items, just remember, if we would have raised the tax rate 2 cents instead of $1.50, that would have been $1.5 million that wouldn't be in that we pushed this year. So do we want to make the same mistake and push it into the next year by not dealing with it just because we don't have the courage to deal with it?
Maybe definition of deferred maintenance is different in my mind, but you take the roof at 25th Street. They said that it's not leaking. Said we'll need to replace it at some point, but it's not leaking. Well, I'll probably need to replace the roof of my house at some point, but it's not leaking right now. So I don't consider that deferred maintenance if there's nothing wrong with it.
But I take it from just a budget perspective as if
It's how long,
your
it's how old
department
it
head.
is what's important.
Do we
If a
know how it's
department
not
head-
leaking?
If they request it, they saw a need for it, so that's where I take
But
it.
they also
I'm not a
are-
roof
yeah.
expert
Man,
by
I
any
don't
means.
think, I don't think there was enough information to decide whether that roof needs to be replaced.
I
Was
don't
it,
know if y'all
what-
remember.
was it?
That was a butt kicking to the court probably
When we had all the
12
rules.
years
Oh, I
ago.
remember that.
And we had to go
I
in
was
and
there.
and have 7 done.
Yeah.
So
Killer.
that's just but it's, I
can-
think, just kicking it gets, was it still doing okay this year? Yeah, and then let's put it down the road to next year.
And the $1 million for Wimdeck. Said,
So I looked at the review on TJ, and he got high reviews. So that means we must trust him.
Yeah.
From what I get, if anybody knows anything different, let me know.
No, he does a great job.
But his evaluation was that we need to be replacing that roof and we need to be fixing those elevators, which everybody knows elevators are a pain financially to deal with, and all the other things that are out there. So I'm not saying it's deferred right now, but if we don't take care of it right now, then it's deferred. That means it'd be 28 before it's dealt with.
Well, how is WIMDEC deferred? Waco chose to not
That's
put $1 million in.
completely
and
your
we chose not.
decision, but if you
to put $1
decide
million.
to bring that back up, it's just things to think about, and different court, different year, you know, you may.
I've got a different
But it's
perspective on that.
just things to think
But
about.
no matter whether it's deferred
You
or
don't have
not, it was something that we pulled out, that the intention would be, I hope, to put it back in next year and maybe even more.
But so you can sit here and you can argue and justify every single expense on this in our budget. Like we could go back and forth, left and right, up and down, and we do. We look at this, we look at every single line. I mean, some more than others. I think what it just kind of boils down to a moral philosophy. Do we want to put this all on the taxpayer right now, or can we whittle away with it and still be responsible? So, and you know, 6 cents is 17%. But we have never dipped into our banked increment. And I've had several people ask me, how did we get to go up 3.5%? So, you know, I mean, it's that very bottom number down there is what it boils down to.
And so then that.
About the percentage?
Mm-hmm.
And that being said, so other scenarios we can, you know, just plug in like we have been and see what those look like if someone has something that they are feeling drawn to.
Well, we've done all that. I would say that, you know, folks that are listening out there and folks in the room here, is that when we set that 6 cents, we said we worked very hard to try to cut that back. And there's been a lot of work on it, and I want to publicly acknowledge Commissioner Smith for his diligence in digging into a lot of these things and bringing up things that I hadn't thought of, and I think maybe some of the other court members haven't either. But in regards to putting it on you say they're putting it on the backs of the taxpayer. The tax rate is one of the things that the taxpayer has to deal with. But the other thing is the other assets or, liabilities that hit them, like, whether you call it deferred maintenance or not, but things that we're going to be facing the next year. And so I think those liabilities, if you don't deal with them now, they don't go away. If you don't monetarily deal with them, they're still out there that you're going to have to deal with. And generally, it's cheaper to deal with them now rather than other ways. So I'd make a proposal just to give something, you know, some kind of trade in this deal, is that we go with 5 cents rather than 6 cents, and push that out there. And it's not I guess this is just to get a consensus to know where we go. And so my question would be, is there support for going 5?
Can you put that on there to see what 5 looks like for us?
And 5 does start moving us slightly. It's still, you know, I mean, it's something we can live with, but you're still going to have to deal with these other issues that's coming up next year to the extent the state will let you. good idea.
Commissioner, I was trying to figure out if I could fill the whole screen with it, and we can't.
That's all
I
right.
don't think we
That's all right. I
can.
saw what I needed to see.
I think our bond rating will still be good, so. When you look at that $6 million worth of road and bridge stuff, that's all gonna be bond anyway. But, so therefore, there's still a need to keep your bond rating good. And I don't know what less than 30% would do to our bond rating. Probably nothing, as long as there's a little bit below that, but I don't know that for sure. But I do know that 30% and up is really good for us. And if we're gonna have to be borrowing money in an uncertain interest rate climate, I'd wanna have the best rating you could get.
But do they look at it?
We may not be able to
Perspective of, we stayed within our policy. Do you really think they focus on that number, or do they just want to see a track record of you guys staying within your financial?
So our
policy?
calls with them, and Commissioner Jones has been on some of those calls, and Francis and Dustin, is that, I guess you could say, both, but, you know, since I've been on those bond rating calls, which is, since I've been here, probably, anyhow, nevertheless, been on those calls, that they talked about the percentage and how healthy it was, and they have asked about policy. And so yes, they do want to know, you know, what our policy is, and that was one of the things that you were gonna
I
ask.
think it goes to any type of investing. You want to see revenue growth, you want to see cash flow. So if there's revenue growth and there's cash flow, then that's, you know, they look at a lot of different factors like what the poverty rate is in the areas, different things like that. I mean, but the one thing I kind of honed in on the last one that we did was that they want to see the revenues growing, so.
Well, and one of the factors of revenue growth is the tax rate, so.
And also there's taxable values also too, so. I don't support 5% either. 5 cents, excuse me.
Any support for 5?
Gentlemen?
No.
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 Okay.
What does the 4 look like now? And we're still wanting to stay in that 25 to
28 to 33.
28 to 33. Okay, that's what we discussed, right?
That's what we've talked about. We haven't adopted it yet, but that's what we've discussed.
So that's not going to get us there.
4 won't.
No.
4 gets you to 28.
Yeah, but next 2 years, unless the.
But see, I think it's a flawed.
Sure.
It's
a lot of variables.
There's
a
a lot of variables there.
Yeah, this year completely threw our trends off, and so an outlier year for
And
sure.
what exactly was the driver of that? It was expenditure growth, correct?
The driver of,
The change.
Well, and the taxable value's not
Yes.
growing as much.
Yeah, almost flat. Yeah, taxable
so,
values.
I guess, looking at that median value, I mean, I know that was $8,000, I think,
Less.
but that's a median valued home. I don't know if, across the board, how that affected other valued properties, but you also had the exemptions, the added exemptions for the personal property, the business personal property.
That was a killer.
Yeah.
Yes.
It was. Plug 4.5 in. Let's incrementally move up, see what happens.
Okay. Well, if we want to keep it at 28, we can go down to, you got it. That's 29.
I thought you were looking in DL's ear.
Years.
Hold up around back there
There's
looking.
probably nothing going.
I'm looking all the way through.
Right through it, you could see the
problem.
Is this on the drive?
I think it's general fund scenario.
Okay, so that puts us next year at what,
29,
29?
30, almost.
29, 29.
33.
0.305, 0.335.
And like you were saying, lots of assumptions embedded here, so you have to take
Sure
these
they
with
are.
a,
Sure they are.
But we have to
We have
assume
to, everything we're
something.
doing is based on assumptions.
Yes.
All right, and then 0.475.
It's not a crazy difference.
Not a lot of difference.
All right, I'll throw it out. And y'all look, what about 425?
Did I miss that one?
Yeah, we missed that one.
I'm sorry.
Can we
I'm
do
sorry.
425. That keeps us above 28 with our assumptions.
And I think there needs to be a realization that if we go at one of those lower rates, that at some point, it may be necessary to bump it a quarter or 0.5 or something like that, but it would be a very palpable amount as opposed to the large amount right now. That's just my comment.
So I just like to see the scenario that I came up with at 3 cents and just add 3 cents to and then again in 28 and 29 and 30.
You talking about 9 cent total?
Sure. I guess that would that be?
This is 3 cents, 27, 3 cents, 28.
Well, you can't commit one court to the next one.
Of course you can. But that gets you up, that gets your trend line crossed quicker.
What does that make you at 27 right there? I'm trying to read that number.
291.
That's 28. I'm looking 1 year before. 27, what is it, 0.2? 265, isn't it?
You want these?
No, they're not strong enough for me. 265, that doesn't get us.
The only question I have on that is, well, it's not a question, it's just a comment, is you're tying 3 cents to an assessed value, you don't know what it is yet. So you don't know what the assessed values are gonna be next year. So if they go up, I guess you could always say we could go 2 cents or 1 cent, but, if you do 2 years in a row and then values increase next year, it could cost you more if you wanted to sit to the 3 cents this year and 3 cents next year.
But, yeah, I don't disagree with what you're saying, Commissioner, but, the other side, everything's an assumption. The 3%, the 5%, everything's an assumption.
It is.
The only thing that matters is the tax rate you set this year. All the rest of it's just.
Yeah, that's right.
And our policy we discussed was 28 to 33.
Well, that's one we discussed to adopt, 28 to 33.
Yes, that was,
Well, start moving, that was a 0.3 right there.
so this has 3
That
cents
was
in
an
these
03.
2 years.
What's 035? Move up the ladder.
Okay.
So we're still not there at 27.
28 and 29
Well,
is
in
bad.
this scenario, I mean, you're still utilizing fund balance to cover your operating expenditures. That's what it'll, to me, that's.
For all 4 years.
Yeah, exactly. And that was a 3.5?
Yes, sir.
I know what you're thinking. Throw in 375.
Go ahead. I mean, just look, I want to see what, I want to see the
We can
fund,
see the wheels
I
will
want
turn.
to see the fund balance change, or not the fund balance, but the difference in expenditure and revenue. Okay, that's a 375?
Yes.
So we're still dipping in the hole all the way through.
Yep. You don't cross over till 425.
425 was when we started.
So with these assumptions, if you have to keep, if in 28, you would have to also raise 375 or 2 or 4.
You ever want to get out of spending?
Well, based on this assumption, to get to 28, I'm guessing you'd have to go another cent in 28 to 3.8.
When, Commissioner?
If you do it in 28.
Yeah. There you go.
That has the 3.75 and then a penny in 2028.
That's 375 up to 28, and then it goes 38?
And then,
Oh, okay.
so that would be 375 in 27 and then another penny in 28.
So that's 475, right, total?
No.
For
2 years.
27 and 28.
But you're still not getting out of the.
You're still, 2 years, you're not,
still
you're
dipping in
negative.
But your fund balance, though, is still above your goal.
If you raise it, if
Next
you
year.
permit this year to raise next year, which is really not a realistic assumption that you can do.
What would be great would be to zero that out, or you start getting back to the positive on the difference in
That's 425.
revenue and expenses.
Yeah, that's what you gotta do.
It's 425, that's the
Well,
number.
plug back in 4 and 425, just to jog my old memory.
You're gonna get finger cramps over there, Francis.
So this is 4 cents.
That's 4,
Of course, and
and it still doesn't get us back.
No.
no, so
Okay, 4 and a quarter.
425?
We finally, in 2030, break out of the fog.
But you're over the
Well,
28.
I still think you have to have the assumption that if the court sticks with 28% or if the court sticks with the current policy, then we'd have to raise taxes in 28 also too.
In 28,
Mm-hmm.
at that 425?
Mm-hmm.
What if-
Well, you don't necessarily have to, I guess, because
No,
it's
because you're gonna try to do 28 to 33. If the assumptions go
Right.
well.
It stays above the 28.
But, 28% is,
I mean, that's kind of a number we all agreed on, right? A 28, the minimum?
28 minimum, 33 max, ceiling to floor, floor to ceiling, however you want to look at it.
And you don't want to put that in and violate it the first year you made it official policy.
Doesn't make a lot of sense.
It does not.
Doesn't make a lot of sense.
but you could get to 28 at 4 cents this year, correct?
I think you could.
Yeah, but,
Drop.
yeah, you could for next year.
Year to year.
273, 270.
But we'll be wrong the next 2 years, or a little bit assumption wise.
You're at 28% at 4 cents.
Mm-hmm.
Judge, we got any bottom land we can sell or anything? Do we own any big bottom land?
We got a lake.
Where of,
Got no oil wells either. Unlike the state.
Sponsorships on the
Well,
courthouse?
throw it out. I mean, I could live with the 4.25, but, I mean, 4.5 would be, look better to me, but I could probably live with the 4.25, knowing that there may have to be something done in the future. I don't know.
any other thoughts? I could live at 475.
Anybody for in the middle?
On the medium income, that's 271, whatever, for a house. What is a, much does that change the house if we do a,
0.0425 times
yeah?
cost, the value of it divided by 100.
Pull that number back up, so.
Sorry.
Misquote it. Oh, no, don't be sorry.
Because we'll get that question.
So you were asking on the,
For me, on my
Uh-huh.
4.25,
The
what would that do for the medium home value?
of course, so. 425?
For me, yeah, that's my question.
Okay, so that would be $115.59 annually on that median value.
So it changed it from 139 to 115, from 6 to 4.25.
Yes.
Not much.
Oh, what does that increase the? So that's a $12 million increase in the M&O revenue.
Yes, sir. Yes, because the,
So
the
that's,
INS.
that's
rate
12,
anyway.
that's $12 million that, that the taxpayers are not gonna have divided by a point. What is our, what's our tax, what's our sales tax percentage do we get?
1/2.
Just 0.5%.
1.5 or 0.5?
0.5.
0.5.
The city gets the 1.5.
So Commissioner Smith pitched something out there. I haven't heard a bite yet. Is there another pitch? I'll pitch mine at 475.
I heard Ben say something about the middle, I didn't know.
That was a 4.5, would have been in the middle of what y'all were talking about.
So is that what you're pitching out?
I'm just looking for some common ground here.
Well, I mean, you're talking $24 from 6 cents to 4.25, or, 0.425. I mean, $24 is $24. I understand that.
What's your thought, Commissioner?
The trouble that we're in, and what we've cut and cut and cut and cut, my heart tells me that the 475 would be a good number. I mean, because then you're only talking $30. It's going to cut you $30 off that 139. So
Keeps us in that range on the unassigned fund balance too. I'd support that.
I mean, we started with 06, and I thought that was a little high, but this is drastic measures. The people voted us in to make positive, great decisions for them. And I think if they hear everything we've done and gone through this last month, I don't see how any person would disagree with us.
Reasonable person.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Mr. Perry, what's your thought?
Jim, where you at, sir? You already,
I could live with the 475. I'd much prefer the 450, but I could live with the 475 if that's what the court decides. While I'm just thinking though, that's dangerous because I've been accused of speaking my mind too much the older I get. One of the things that kind of irked me this year in the budget was the lateness in which some requests came in. And I'd like to see us go forward, put a deadline, and if you don't make it, tough luck.
We try that every year.
Yeah.
I know it, but
It's not-
it just irked me.
Yeah, I know it, and it does us
Trying to
every
get
year.
stuff done, and we keep getting more money at it.
Yeah, well, and it's not because they're not trying, because we
Oh,
check with them all the time.
I'm not blaming y'all.
Yeah, I know
No,
you're
we're
not,
with you.
but I just want to be sure that's clear. But, I won't be here, but probably when the deadline hits, the court needs to know how many people have not met the deadline. And they can get some other pressure put on them.
What departments, what outside agencies, things like that.
And I think for the most part, everyone's hitting the deadlines. A lot of it is they're working through, that time of year, they're working through contracts and still waiting on information from vendors. And so a lot of times.
Well, so that's a footnote.
That's what a lot of it
Yeah,
is.
and they're late because of, and here's the footnote. And the court can say, well, that makes sense. So what about this other one, It doesn't.
I think it just makes it awfully difficult when we're trying to do things and we keep getting more.
setback. Truly a setback.
I haven't, and not too many people came forward and said, oh, by the way, I found a couple of extra 100,000, I'm gonna give back to y'all.
Yeah. I know. All right, we got 475.
That's John. Thank you, John.
Say, I'm gonna give him so you got two at 475?
Woke him up.
Well, we actually have two, but he could go 475.
Feel like
I think that's a good.
I'd like to see a good consensus.
Okay.
I could be a real good consensus at 4.5.
I'd be a real good consensus at 4.
So
in your policy, you're within your policy range.
Well, we still have 475 out there, and we got to, if maybe, or rather have, but at least indication. So,
So even if I go with 4.5, we still don't have a consensus.
It's going to what?
If I go with 4.5, we still don't have a consensus.
No.
Because these two are at 475. So I can get on board with that, or else we're gonna be here till.
Till the hearing.
Yeah.
Till 6. I mean, we have until the 25th, I mean.
Yeah, 25th.
25th to actually set it, yeah.
Have a consensus 475.
And that's what I have.
The 450 would be, I could rest easier with it.
Wait, I'd like to hear a yes or no vote on.
Okay.
Can we?
We can't because
Okay.
can't do a yes or no vote.
Well, we actually have to.
Not until we, right?
Yeah, we don't need to vote on the tax
You're
rate.
changing the proposed.
No,
That's
so
already
we'll
been
vote-
published.
We'll vote in a little bit on the list of changes to the budget, but not the tax rate. So,
Yeah.
but I think, leaving here today with like some sort of consensus, knowing, if there is something we need to continue to work through.
Yeah.
We need to make that.
I mean, I heard a lot of back and forth. Are you at 475, Jim?
that's the highest I would go. I said I would be more comfortable at 4.5.
I'd be more comfortable at 5, but I'm giving, I mean, it's all about give and take a little bit, and we have differences of opinion. I think everybody's worked hard and has a sincere interest in doing the right thing, and so I don't think any
I'll
apologies
respect
needed.
everybody's decision, and I'll respect the final decision
Yeah,
made.
I will too. I will not come out and
What?
vote against the rate.
Can you, sorry, can you
No,
put
good.
4.5 in there just one more time? Or
Gotta
just,
get in your ear again then.
That's all right. Let me get over here. I mean, that kept us real close to what we were with 4.75. Just a little bit upside down in 29, a little bit more, but
So were you taking in consideration the things that we're not dealing with this year that would have to be dealt with next year?
I've told the court the whole time, I know we're keeping
4.5.
policy.
Yeah.
So does 4, so.
That,
I'll 4.5? I'm at 4.5.
Good enough.
Okay, you got a consensus at 4.5.
Okay.
now, how does that work tonight in the hearing?
So,
We already said it.
we just listen.
Yeah, we just, I'm gonna make a statement that we start out with, that, you know, this is what we set it at. We've been a lot of work. We're gonna work, I'm gonna make sure whatever I say is legal, but I think that, I would indicate that we're gonna lower that rate of 6 cents down to, I think Dustin, can't we state that the consensus right now is to lower that to 4.5 cents?
Or just say consensus.
Yes, sir. I think you can say that there was a consensus in court today to move forward with the 4.5.
Yeah.
And that any final decision, of course, won't be until the tax rate is voted on next Tuesday.
Yeah, I'll make sure we state it just properly, so. All right. Anything else?
Yeah, there's some more things.
I have some just administrative things we needed to
Yeah.
get through today, if that's okay.
Sure.
So there were 2 items on the agenda.
Yes.
J, 2B, and C. And so one of those was the allowances for personnel and officials. And there are, other than the employees that may receive the bilingual pay, of course, that changes year to year, but there's no changes there, except for the change, you decreased for some departments, you decreased the uniform allowance so that it was streamlined across all constables. So that just kind of lists that, but this becomes part of the budget, so we just like to run that through you and have you approve that listing of allowances. And so it is cell phone allowances, uniform allowances, and tool allowances.
And that was J2B,
Yes, sir.
uniform allowances.
So those are the only
Tool
allowances that our
allowances.
county currently has.
Okay, that's right, that's right.
So that one needs a vote to accept that or to
All right.
authorize that.
Motion to approve. Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No discussion.
Or do we know a total on what that's gonna increase, or?
There shouldn't be an increase year to
Or
year.
is already, okay,
It's just kind of stating the individual allowances.
yeah, great.
All right, have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
And then J2C, this is for recording because it is for juvenile, and it is hourly pay rates as well as bilingual supplement amounts and uniform allowances. Again, no change here from year to year. Employees' numbers may change, but no change there. It just needs to be recorded as part of the budget
Yeah.
document.
So if there's no questions, is there a motion to accept for recording purposes?
So move. Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
And so like Commissioner Jones mentioned earlier, approving these changes along the way for the proposed budget We haven't done it individually for each, so I wanted to pull up, since we proposed the budget at the end of July, what those changes are. And we can vote on those, just so that when we come in here next Tuesday, I will say, you're adopting today the proposed budget as well as any authorized changes since that time. And we can make changes on Tuesday too if needed, like we mentioned for the tax rate. So I'm just gonna walk through these, and I'm sorry I don't have this to hand out, but we were working on it with changes made today. So that first part, this is actually changes to revenue lines, and this was for the constable and sheriff fees that you made the changes to on the last agenda. So you'll see those are some pretty substantial increases there. And so those were for a lot of fees that pass through those offices. So we've updated those revenues. And then moving down, there was a change to fire protection. That was the 40,000 that you pulled down from their project. If you remember, they asked for 320. We moved it down to 280. PACES, that one was new today. So we have half of that budgeted now for 2027. Emergency management, that was the 75,000, the half of that project that Tim Jeske spoke on today. There was a lot of changes to furniture and equipment that we talked about a week or so ago. So those are listed there because those have occurred since the proposed budget was filed. Information technology, this was an increase to the line for the Microsoft 365 licenses. And so the way I understand it, there was just an increased number of users, license users? Yes. Okay, and so we needed to increase that slightly, just to make sure that that matches what we anticipate paying. There was a decrease to the uniform allowance line for Constable 2. Like I said, you decided to make that streamlined across the board, so that brought that down a little bit. And then we added the court admin assistant in 170th today. And so those are the costs there associated with that position. So, and I'm sorry, I just read through those, but if you want to.
Any questions you might have?
Everyone's good with those.
So are you looking for a motion to
Yes.
approve the changes as described by the auditor?
Yes.
Move.
Second?
All right, that motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
Okay. And then the last thing I had, this is the same thing I think I've passed out a couple times, but if you're ready to, if you're happy with this, to adopt it. This was just the revised fund balance policy. And so we updated those amounts, those thresholds from 28 to 33%. And so the little the grade paragraph at the top is what our current policy is. Like we've mentioned, it's very short and sweet. And so expanding that policy below, it mentions why you would dip below your reserve, dip below your set percentage of reserves. If it does dip below what your plan is, and then if you ever get above your target reserve, you know, what the steps are there. And so it just gives the public, it gives people, users of our financial statements and budget documents, a clearer picture of what your intent is when you adopt the tax rate in the budget. And if you're not ready to adopt this today, that is fine, but if you are.
What about legislative changes?
So if those do occur, or when they do occur, we can adopt or amend our policy just to align with whatever that may be. We can amend this policy at any time during the year, and it doesn't have to be just at year end or year.
Court created it, the court can change it.
But if you do adopt, you know, before we adopt the budget next week, we can include this as part of our budget document so that it becomes a tool to follow the rationale of your decisions.
Because it should be, it does have a lot more description in here about, you know, what you do. Any other thoughts? All right, is there any, what's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, pass.
So that's all that I have today. And so You have, of course, hearings still to come today
Yeah.
and Tuesday,
Oh,
and then the
yeah.
adoption, of course.
We're gonna-
So
So we'll recess until 6, right?
Judge, you actually have a separate agenda,
Okay.
I believe. And so that you have the ability under this agenda to come back tomorrow at 1:30 unless you adjourn this one. And then you have a new agenda for the hearing tonight. Is that right, Francis?
yes, that is correct.
Okay. All right. If y'all want to meet tomorrow, be without me, so I'm tired of y'all.
We're tired of you.
We can take one more cut at it.
I had one other suggestion. I think this ought to say the fund balance will be whatever's left after the state takes everything else.
Yeah, good Lord. $2?
Okay.
I don't see a reason.
Everything that the state is saying that they're gonna do is gonna make us cut services, and that's all.
Yeah.
Isn't there some?
Just to be honest, yeah, that's exactly.
I was just gonna comment.
No, go ahead.
Aren't there some municipalities that are being told by the Attorney General they can't raise their tax rate based on some kind of formula
Yeah,
that's-
cities, I saw that.
Are they up against the cap? I mean, there's a total, we can only do 80 cents.
Yeah, so that's what I assumed. I saw it. I don't, Dustin, I know you saw, I think there's 160-something cities.
100-something, yeah,
In
cities
state.
that have been told you can't raise your
Yeah,
tax.
and there's
Had to do
numerous.
with audits, or
Are they-
financial, I guess, record keeping not being submitted or audits or
Oh, okay.
something like that.
Yeah,
Hallberg, Martin,
there were several around
Robinson.
here. Yeah.
I think, maybe.
Oh, really? Small ones?
Most of them are small, but there's some bigger ones in there in our county. But
It was in, yeah, I didn't catch all of it.
Might be a lot of small cities that are gonna dissolve.
probably need to.
Could happen.
Yeah.
We had a vote in one and they voted to keep it.
Yeah.
Well, if they can't raise taxes or do
Well,
anything.
can't be called mayor if you don't have a city.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, anything else to come before the court? All clear? All done? I have sold, or adjourned this meeting.
Hit it.